Okay, check one, two, check one, two. Oh man, we are back. Um, so this is a stream that I've been looking forward to for a while. I'm sorry about not doing a stream last week, but I did mention that there was not going to be a stream last week if you watched the last stream. But I had, family in town. This week it is Passover currently, and it is also going to be Easter this Sunday. So, to everybody celebrating Easter, happy Easter, and to everybody celebrating Passover, happy Passover. It's interesting that the Easter this year is on the last day of Passover, I'm pretty sure, which is not typical. The date of Passover, which is last 7 to 8 days, depending on where you are, um, uh, changes every year because it goes on the Jewish calendar, which is a lunar calendar. But it's always interesting when it lines up. And I heard also that the Catholic Easter and the Eastern Orthodox Easter are also on the same day this year. And I didn't know that that was not always the case, but apparently it's not. So there's quite a conjunction happening this week. But I was pretty conflicted on which stream I was going to do, but tonight, because there's two others that I am pretty prepared for, and I want to do, but we'll save them for another day. This is the one that I said I was going to do last week, and it's the one that we're going to do. I'm very excited about it, though. It is. We're going to talk about Lee Cronin's recent discussion on Julian Dorey's podcast. Their full talk is linked below. By the way, comment in the chat how the sound is. Hit the like button, please. It really helps fuel the algorithm. Comment any questions that you have in the live chat. I always try and interact with the live chat while on these streams, and I always appreciate any questions or even just I don't know, commenting. I don't know, sounds great or something like that to boost the algorithm. It also motivates me, so I appreciate it. But so we've discussed Lee Cronin before in his work. He works with Sara Walker. He is a chemist, by accreditation, and I think Sara Walker is a biologist by accreditation, and they are both working on a theory called assembly theory, which is an attempt at a I would say it's pretty much an attempt at a fundamental theory, but it's certainly at least an attempt at a more fundamental theory than current theories, and it's basically very translatable into a more fundamental physics theory as well than much of our current physics, at least. But I think that it's a step in the right direction, but there are some issues that I have with it. But I definitely respect the work that both of them are doing, and I've stated this before, but I'm going to try and start stating this on every stream, just so that people who are watching this know. If I discuss anybody on here, they are always free and welcome to come on the stream, and if I ever misinterpret anybody on here, they should reach out and let me know so I can correct the record. But I'm trying to get it all accurate. Audio sounds good. Thanks. Hey, Tyler, what's up? Addie. So, all right. Let's look this up real quick. Actually, you know what? Let's just kick it off into the clips, because there's a lot. We've got a lot tonight. I'm going to try and move quickly because I know it's a little late. What else is new? All right, first clip. I thought this was just funny.
Bedroom, because otherwise
Well, that's where you have the train set, so you can still do some work.
yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. Were you good in school too? Like, you gravitate towards professors in school and teachers in school who
In
were in
school,
science?
I was put in the remedial class.
Really?
Yep, because and I was in the learning difficulties class until I was 18.
So you were 18? Wait. All right, this doesn't add up.
Well, I mean, it does. Like, the teachers used to tell me to do stuff, and I would say "fuck you" and do something completely different.
Okay. So it was more of a punishment to put you in those classes.
No. I think they had legitimate concerns. I can't remember really. I always felt so. I was determined to be a low IQ when I was, I don't know, maybe 7. I couldn't read or write according to teachers. My handwriting was bad and all this stuff, but I could read fine. I was reading books like I just didn't want to read their stupid books.
Right.
So
you had to go towards your interests.
So but the nice thing is I got put in classes because I was, low IQ. And so they were like, well, we need to get you to read and we need to get you to do some basic math and nothing else needed. You didn't need to do anything else, right? So then that obviously meant I had all this free time. So I used to go to the library. I used to bunk off school. It was, what do you say in America, bunk off? Like truant.
Oh, hooky.
Hooky.
Yeah,
All right,
played
okay. Because so I play hooky all the time, and then just go to secondhand shops and buy electronics goods, and go to the chemist, the pharmacist, where there was this great pharmacist I used to know used to give me chemicals, which I used to set fire to.
That's cool.
So yeah, so basically
Probably not legal.
No, I think it was fine.
A pharmacist giving a kid a bunch of chemicals to set fire to?
I was building survival kits. He gave me Conde's crystals. Conde's crystals are potassium permanganate for water purification, but also
English.
it's quite good. They're quite good oxidant, so you can set fire to glycerol with them quite nicely.
Okay.
So yeah, so I think that's what happened at school, and I didn't really realize that I had to do well at school to get to university. And then
So you still wanted to go to university?
well, I knew I wanted to be a scientist, but then when the teachers were like, "What? You're gonna be a scientist? You're not gonna get any qualifications. You're gonna need to do an apprenticeship, and you're gonna need to, So that was a long time ago. I thought it was quite amusing.
That's interesting, though, that you were open about wanting to be a scientist, and you clearly had interests at home that would point to you're onto some things that your mom could certainly talk to your teachers about. But it's almost like, I don't know, I'm reading this from the outside, but they didn't take enough of a curiosity in you to kind of put 2 and 2 together and maybe help you on that path earlier.
Okay, so a lot of similarities I didn't know about that are actually pretty funny. I ran for a second there, so give me a minute. It'll run out of the room. I'll show you why in a minute. But so I need to work on my cardio, guys. I was really running, but so I had the same experience as that, almost exactly. When I was, I don't know, probably like 4th grade, they put me in the remedial class because I would ditch and didn't do my work. And, man, a little winded. But it gave me all this free time. And so I got to go to the library and I would just memorize like the Encyclopedia of Dogs, the Encyclopedia of Reptiles, the Encyclopedia of Fish. I would just memorize all these books, and I would ditch class all the time, and teachers were just fed up. And I was in the remedial class as well until I was 18. So it was a very similar experience. And also, funny thing, I am also have always been interested in like survival packs, like he said. And it's actually a very interesting thing because he goes on to discuss it as it's like having the minimum amount of tools in order to accomplish, whatever task might come your way. And I've always been fascinated by this as well. And so over the years, I have all these, packs that I have like around, one in the car, one in my wife's car, one that I carry with me in my backpack. And this is the one that I have with me everywhere that I go. And I built it over years. It's not like a one you buy. And it's just fascinating too. I mean, there's so much in here and it is so well organized. If I took it all out, it would take like an hour. But that pack has saved my ass so many times in every way that you can imagine. And I definitely encourage everybody, but especially men, to get more into this type of thing. And because it really does allow you to be much more competent in all these crazy situations. I've talked on here before about like saving people's rings that fell down the drain because I was the only one with a Leatherman. This right here, very, basic survival kit. If you're going to bring one everywhere. And women are already like this. Women carry a purse everywhere they go, but men don't. And we've become kind of like physically useless, which is kind of funny because we are usually physically stronger. But we've stopped carrying tools around, and women carry tools around everywhere they go. So interesting, I guess, just similarities that I didn't know about. But I thought that was very cool. Yeah, school is a joke. I didn't do what teachers told me. I ditched all the time. I would just go look for like animals and off campus in the desert, and that will get you, put in a remedial class because they don't know what else to do with you. It's not, what else are they going to do? But I thought that was funny. This is a good point. There should be a way for people to channel these passions and skills early on. 100%. And this is the thing is homeschooling. I'm learning more about it because I wasn't homeschooled, but I used to be very anti-homeschool, and now that I have a kid, I want to homeschool her. And part of the reason why is that the schooling of just teaching people math and reading basically is all that is really necessary, because math, it's funny because he mentions, just we need to get this kid able to read and able to do math, and that's basically it. That is a survival kit. You need to be able to add and multiply and divide and subtract, and you need to be able to read. And everything else is pretty much useless. I had debates all week about whether or not schools had taught this piece of history about the Russian Revolution, and I was like, yeah, they taught us it, and then most of the people that I spoke to said that they never learned it. But the reality is that none of it matters, because what does matter is that you have the understanding of how to go and seek the information that you need access to that's relevant to whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. And so that is not something that can be taught in a formula. It is something that you need to experience and get better at and practice in order to be able to be effective whenever you actually need to think about something and problem solve. Thinking and problem solving is an active thing. It's like cardio, okay? It's like sprinting. I've been trying to do some sprints every day down the street, but I didn't do them today. But I have been better about them a little bit. But I kind of held my breath because my daughter she's been screaming all night, not going to sleep. And so she's just now falling asleep. So I ran by her with, holding my breath. And I got a little winded, but trying not to wake her up now that we're streaming. But it's just like exercising. It is an active action, thinking. It's not something that you just do. You think that you do. Well, really, you feel like you do, but you don't. Feeling is something that you intrinsically just do, but thinking is something that you have to choose to do, and you also have to know how to do it. And be practiced at it. That's the only place that it comes from. But homeschooling, most people, you learn basic reading and writing, and maybe some basic history and civics that might be relevant. How the government works or whatever, and then that takes up 2 hours of your day, and then the rest of your time is spent pursuing your passions, and that's where you learn. That's where I've learned how to problem solve. It's not from the classroom. It's actually from figuring out how to get to the next grade despite failing classes and not doing homework and ditching all the time. I actually learned a lot more about problem solving in that. Not saying it was the way to go. I don't know, but it's certainly a lot more stress. But it did, I think, teach me how to think, because you actually have to. You're not just doing what you're told. You have to now figure out how am I gonna solve this problem that now I'm in, and you kind of have to put yourself in problems in order to figure out how to solve problems. And if school doesn't really put you in problems, it just teaches you memorization. It just I don't even know what teaching means anymore, but it just instructs you on what to memorize and then tests you on your memorization. That's it. So I respect Lee Cronin for being in the remedial class. I might be the only one who does, but I definitely do. I understand. That's not a negative marker in my book. That's an endorsement. So, next clip.
It's a bit like being able to read and then write. In mathematics, if you're not able to write down and solve problems in algebra and geometry and maybe complex logic and set theory, like you would probably do in A-level, then how are you even going to do this at university? Whereas I want to go to university and say, I don't think numbers exist. And they were like, well, I was like, well...
All right, Terrence Howard.
No, let's not do that. I know. And so obviously abstract numbers exist, but what I mean is, what is a physical instantiation? Like, where do you see integers in the natural world? And of course, humans built this system, and then we can have one of something and two of something, and actually the concept of zero. Hey, I was just super interested in understanding, because I wanted to understand why we were here, and how, what is it about our reality that basically makes life work. I figured that being a mathematical physicist was probably the route to understanding the universe.
Sure.
However, I think I got off lightly, because I probably would have been a very frustrated physicist or mathematician.
What do you say?
Because they're completely trapped by the current ontology of physics and mathematics.
Like string theory kind of stuff?
Well, string theory is kind of an aside, but I would say that since Newton and Laplace, so Newton basically had these nice laws of motion, and then Laplace went, if I was like a super brain, what's a super brain? It's like some bit. Anyway, we'll come to that if you want. If I was God and I knew the position and velocity of every particle in the universe, I would know what was going to happen for all time. This deterministic view of the universe. Well, that is wrong. Like, it's provably wrong right now, even though some hardcore physicists will say no.
Why is that provably wrong?
Well, I can take a system, a biological system, or sorry, I can take some chemicals, and those chemicals, whether they are, so a cell is still chemicals. I could take some chemicals, some sand, and I could take some really simple stuff, and I could show that the simple things, I could in principle simulate what was going to happen in time. But then when I get to a certain level of complexity, that I could not simulate what the damn thing was going to do next. And that biology seems to be able to mine a novelty from the future.
Mine a novelty from the future.
That's a very, very pretentious way of saying biology seems to be capable of creativity. What is creativity? It basically is able to do things that you were not in your priors, and are not expected from your priors.
Okay, so I mean, I think he's totally right about physics, and it's very interesting to me because we'll talk more about this in the next stream that I'm going to do probably as well. Actually, definitely, no matter which one I choose of the two that I'm planning, in that he would probably be a very frustrated physicist because there are a few of them out there that are, usually have their own new, more fundamental theory that they are proposing, because they are recognizing that the current ontology, as Lee Cronin put it, it seems to be broken. And the mainstream does, obviously, I mean, I don't know if it's obvious to you, but if you watch this channel enough, it probably is. There's something broken about it, and it does seem to be pretty obvious to some people and completely invisible to others, including most of the people who have accreditation in physics. But what's interesting about being a chemist is that who also teams up with a biologist, but being a chemist, is that chemistry doesn't have the contention associated with it. It doesn't have all this pretentiousness that usually comes from physics, and also just because it's thought of as, if you understand physics, then you understand everything. Literally everything. If you're a physicist, people will ask you questions about everything. They will ask you questions about love and politics and all these things that may, at least within the current paradigm of how physics is understood, is completely irrelevant to physics. But it's people just, whenever you claim to understand the fundamental, that is intuitively understood to mean you understand the universal, which makes sense actually. But if you've got the fundamental ontology wrong, then you've got the universal ontology wrong. And so that's where we're currently at. It makes perfect sense to me that a lot of these new ideas are coming from people who are mathematicians, people who are working in neuroscience or computer science, people who are chemists, people who are biologists, people who don't have a degree in anything I guess related to math or science or physics. I mean, I have a degree in finance. I don't know if that's math, but I don't even work in finance. All we learned about in finance is how to just leverage arbitrage, and that didn't seem very interesting to me. But it's this other various fields and people outside the field of physics, I think these are the ones who are going to come up with the revolutionary ideas. And I do think that assembly theory is a pretty revolutionary idea, even though I think that there are some significant flaws in some of the things that Lee says. I do think it's a step in the right direction for sure. So, yeah. But I mean, I like that he asked, I want to know if numbers exist. And this is actually like an interesting question for people who really want to understand fundamental reality. You do have to start asking questions like, what is quantity? Like, what is it? What is it in its manifestation in actuality? Not just conceptually, definitionally, oh, it is like something that cannot be divided. Okay, but then what is the thing that exists that we can observe or experience that cannot be divided? Like, that's the question of where is the quantities? What are these quantities that actually exist? And we don't have anybody asking that anymore, except, people outside the field of physics. And I guess, I don't know what it's like in mathematics now, but people in the past of mathematics have probably asked that more often than they currently do. But that's just the state of, academia. Not all academics are, I'm not going to rip on all academics. I'm trying to be better about it, because there's people like Lee Cronin, and there's people like Sara Walker, and there's people like Michael Levin, and these people are doing incredible work. And so that is a good thing. There is a revolution starting, but for a while, they really were completely stuck. And the reason why they were stuck is because they didn't realize that they were stuck. When you don't realize that you're lost, that is as lost as you can be. As soon as you realize you're lost, then you can actually start, figuring out your way. If you have a goal and you actually realize that you're not at it. But if you don't know what the goal is or what it should be, and you don't know how to deduce it, and you don't even think that it exists necessarily, and you don't realize at all that you're lost, then you are as lost as you can possibly be. I have, it's funny, I'm looking over at my survival pack here, and there's multiple compasses on there. Not one, multiple. And because you have to, find your way somehow, and you have to confirm that you're on the right path. But there's no basis of comparison, because there's no expectations in science anymore, or there hasn't been, at least for a while. There's been really no goal, overarchingly, I would say. I mean, saying I want to understand the universe is not necessarily a goal, actually. You have to ask a specific question, like Einstein asked, I want to know, did God have any choice in the rules of the universe and when he created it? That's a good question, because it actually gives you a perspective by which to look at, the problem that you're trying to understand. Is like, okay, are these rules fixed? Are they completely deterministic without any ability to be creative? I guess you could say, where's the degrees of freedom in these rules? And it's interesting, though, that Lee says in the clip that we just played that what he believes, at least, is that at a certain point you cannot make predictions. If you're God and you knew the position of every particle in the universe, as he gave the example of, which was another question that he framed it properly. And even if Lee claims God doesn't exist, which we'll get to in a bit, he's using this question to make sense of the world, which I think you should actually pay attention to whether or not of why would that make sense of the world. And he states that, even God would not know the outcome completely if of evolution or whatever, causality, change happening, even if you knew the position of every particle and its direction or of movement or whatever. And I think that's correct. I don't know if I would explain why at the same way as he did, or I would. I mean, he says biology has the ability, it's reached a level of complexity that it has the ability to mine, novelty, but really just it is creative. And what is creative is not the right question. The right question is who is creative? And it answers itself. Name any instance that you can, that you have ever seen or that you are aware of where a being is not being creative, but there is creativity happening that you can see, at least in your immediate experience of your life. I'm not talking about, oh well, in the center of stars, this and this and this, because I would actually say that according to sentient singularity theory, protons and neutrons are sentient, so they actually do have a degree of creativity, but still, I think he's right about what he said, even if I would extend the limit of what he said beyond what he had limited to. If that makes some sense. All right. This is a question on AI.
The AI bros, the AI gods that we have, right? Like,
who are the AI bros?
I mean, like, you've got the people that are saying that we're all going to be killed by AI.
Like Eliezer and... Yeah.
Exactly. And you got other people saying that AI is going to literally become the super greatest intelligence ever and solve everything. Both those things are wrong.
They're both wrong.
They're just demonstrably wrong.
How so?
Let's take... Well, because... AI is not what you think it is. AI is literally a process of taking data and finding correlations in that data. It's nothing more than that, right? And so the fact that people kind of think that that is somehow going to become sentient and therefore nefarious is a gross mischaracterization and exposes a critical thing that we don't really understand what biology is doing.
And I hope you're right, by the way. And I like hearing this, but can we dig into this a little more, like what evidence you see for that?
So it's a very long conversation to have. So let's do it. So it will probably need us to go back to the origin of life and define intelligence.
You took the words out of my mouth. Let's go.
Okay,
let's do it.
So I think so this is one of the reasons why I guess it's a good way to set the stall out to say, actually, I could be wrong, but let's think about it. Let's just go back to the beginning. So back to the beginning, there was a Big Bang. Mm-hmm. Big Bang produced a load of stuff. That stuff turned into stars. Those stars aggregated into galaxies. Stars started to explode, produced heavy elements. Those heavy elements formed planets. Those planets orbited stars. And at least in one instance in the universe, if not many more, one planet got life.
And how long ago was this?
So life on Earth started, the universe is about 14 billion years old, if I can do my math correctly. Earth is about 4.7 billion years old, I think, or maybe a little bit less, but let's say between 4.5 and 4.8 billion years old. And life started on Earth about more than 4 billion years ago. And probably life got going as quickly as it could.
You're talking at like a cellular level?
Yeah. So the last universal common origin. So you got origin of the universe, origin of Earth, origin of life. Now then life goes on and goes through a series of evolutionary processes, terraforms the Earth, produces oxygen, we have multicellularity, and then suddenly you have animals. And the ability for these animals, let's do it correctly. The animals have sensors. So they're able to, as soon as the animal had sensors, they could see what's going on. So as soon as you started to see, then you can start to then kind of create a conscious experience whereby you can anticipate what's going to happen next. So let's pause for a second. First assumption, because I'd like to list the assumptions, because then I allow people to attack those assumptions. Biology is a process of matter wanting to survive. So this is kind of interesting, because everyone has really not understood the driving force. The meaning of life is existence, in my view. So second assumption, but existence of cool shit.
Meaning like the ability to want to not die?
Yeah, complex objects basically don't try and get their information preserved in some way, whether it's copying, replication, whatever. So biology seems to be a process of taking inorganic chemistry and producing cells that replicate. So the very simple level, we have.
Okay, we're going to let him go on a bit more, but I want to address a couple points because I know what's going to happen is I'm going to let it go on and then I'm going to forget, some of the points that I wanted to make about some of the quotes he had earlier on in the clip. And so I 100% agree with him that he's completely right. AI is not going to, what we call AI is just it's just a terrible term. All these things are to call them agents is wrong. It is wrong because agents have agency. Okay, to have agency is to be able to make choices, and these are just dynamic algorithms that are constantly being interacted with and changed by everyone in the world. That's all it is. It's like the search algorithm for, I don't know, Google and that, or Facebook, and as people go and they click on an ad that they see, or they ignore an ad that they see, you're going to get suggested certain bits of content. It's no different than that. It's exactly the same. It's just a fancy calculator. It's just a fancier version of, it's a math equation that we're all working on together. That's what it is. We're all putting inputs in, together. And it's not just one person putting an input in. That is really the only difference between what we call AI and any other computer program that we've had, since the beginning of computer programs, is that it appears like it is learning, quote unquote, because even when you're not using it, it's still changing. But it's just changing because other people are using it and they're changing it. It's just a dynamic algorithm. It's a network algorithm. It's an algorithm that is, networked into the internet. It's basically like, it's just the next evolution of the search engine. That's really all it is. It's not what everybody thinks that it is that it's this really revolutionary thing and it's going to somehow just wake up one day. That's not going to happen with our current AI models like ChatGPT or Midjourney or whatever, Grok. And I think that it's really wrong when, and I understand that people don't realize that it's wrong, but it's wrong when people think that it's capable of saving us or thinking that it's capable of dooming us. It's not capable of any of those things. Just like Google as a search engine is not capable of either of those two things. It's just a tool, guys. It's another tool in the toolbox, and it can be used at scale sometimes for things that are very productive or things that are very destructive, like every other tool. This, very productive or very destructive. You choose. But I think it's just important that people start saying this more often, because the public is enamored by the idea that that ChatGPT could be sentient, and I think it's important that we really try and understand what is actually happening with these dynamic language models, particularly because they're the ones that are going to really confuse people, are the ones that the user interface is linguistic. It's English. I was talking to my wife the other day, and she was just like telling me that she was, conflicted about AI, using AI in for work or whatever, and or for creative pursuits. And she's been a photographer. Both of her and I were wedding photographers for a while, actually, and we've used Photoshop and stuff like that. And that is the same thing as any of these other AI models. It's just one person is putting the input in, and it's not really updating based on other people interacting with it. But it's really the same process. It's just got one controller at a time instead of multiple. And then you have these LLMs, though, where what's confusing people is that instead of having a mouse and a clicker and keyboard to control this tool, you just use words now, and that's not really that novel, but it's confusing because it gives you information back in a linguistic manner, and basically we're reinforcing the fact due to just the convenience of it, of speaking to it as if it is a sentient being, and then it answers as if it is a sentient being, because we're reinforcing that. And also just some people are, reinforcing that. It's funny because Elon Musk says, Grok, he wants to be the truth AI, and it is not going to have these biases that people found in other AI programs when they said, give me pictures of the, founding fathers, and it produced, I don't know, like black women or something dressed up like George Washington, because there was some external and inorganic input that was, imposed on the system that was nonsensical. But then you go and you interact with Grok, and I actually think ChatGPT is a better one. It's a more healthy language model right now, because it doesn't have these weird, I guess, fake intonations that have been put into it to make it kind of more entertaining, like Grok has, where you ask, I almost said you ask Grok a question, where you input a prompt into Grok. That's the best way of putting this. We don't know how to talk about this stuff yet. We have to figure it out. You input a prompt into Grok, and it answers with, let me think about it. Oh, you know what? You really, came up with something interesting there. But the fact that it goes, that's very dishonest. It's actually, I think, worse and more dangerous than, spitting out pictures of the founding fathers as black women instead of white men. I really do believe that. I don't think that we should have any of these fake, inorganic, I guess, just requirements that have been input into the system, either one of them. But I think that the more dangerous one, that's more confusing to people, is when you start having, Grok, I don't want to say saying, but Grok is exporting a response that, starts with, that's very interesting. But it's not, this thing doesn't have interest. It's not, they're interested in anything. So it's a lie, actually. And I think that we need to figure out how to talk about this stuff. And I think it needs to be more of a focus. And we need to be a bit more critical of things like when a language model, says, or doesn't say, responds with, that's very dangerous, actually. And Lee gets into it a bit more throughout this.
Replication. So that's what happened on Earth for billions of years. Cells copying themselves, copying themselves.
I will just say this also. When they say that, the universe is 14 billion years old, like, we're measuring a year based on like the sun going around, the Earth going around the sun, and time is supposedly malleable by gravity and by matter. How can we even? It doesn't even make sense to me to say the Earth or the universe is 14 billion years old. I don't get that, and maybe I just have not learned enough about why they're saying that, but that doesn't seem to actually track the more you think about it. Or it doesn't seem to matter, even if somehow you arrive at that number. It seems like it would not be painting an accurate picture of what was actually going on. So I don't know, just weird aside. I've been thinking about it a lot this week. If you understand it better than I do, and why, it makes sense to say that the universe is 14, plus billion years old. And I understand how they calculated that, but that's not the point. The point is, my point is about the language of it. Then put it in the comments. Let me get to tactical is practical. Tactical is practical, especially for men. Tactical is practical, 100%. Learn how to be tactical, and it is a it's a very important way of being practical. It really is. It's kind of part of your job as a man, despite what the British government will tell you. There should be a way for people to channel, especially since we typically have more plasticity and curiosity when we are younger, and we tend to be able to work harder since age hasn't taken a toll yet. Yeah, and also just the times doesn't go as fast for you when you're younger. To get back to time being relative, and I've talked about this on here. Our experience of time is relative to the time that we have experienced. So if you have been alive for 20 years, 1 year is felt to you as 1/20th of that time that you have, memorized in your mind of your past. But if you're 4 years old, a year is 25%, is a quarter of your life. That's why it feels so long. That's why summers felt so long when you were 8, but not when you're 18, and they will feel like that when you're 80, because they are a smaller proportion of the whole that you have experienced. So even internally, time is your experience of time is a relativistic thing. But we'll talk more about time later, because he talks about time quite a bit on here. Would love to see a list on the Discord of what the stuff that you've built into the pack. I will put in the Discord a picture of everything that is in that pack all laid out. It will blow your mind. There's everything in there. There is water purification tablets, and there's medications. They're all very expired probably. There's like Benadryl that's been in there for probably 5 to 10 years, but Neosporin that's very old, but most of it will still work if you really needed it to. There's sewing kits and suture kits, and there's literally everything almost that you could think of in there. It's wild. But I'll do a stream one day on tools, and I will show more about that pack, because it's amazing what you can fit in there. And if you build it yourself, then you can actually understand what's in there and how to use it, and you've thought it through. It's very different. It didn't start off like that. I have progressed through, it started off this big in one kind of pack that was like kind of something like that. And then it was a little bit bigger, and then it was 2 things linked together, and then I got a new, main pack, and then I linked more of them together. And as you've added tools, I haven't added that much in the last probably 5 years or so, because I've reached a level where it's been able to get me out of pretty much anything that I've needed it to get me out of. But every now and then, you find something new. But if you just buy a survival kit online, it's a start, but it's not, you don't understand it. It's like, my issue with school. If you're just handed an equation and you're like, here's the equation to use when you are doing this task, it doesn't teach you how to solve problems. You have to figure out how to build solutions. This is built to be solutions. This is a great pack. Maxpedition made this pack, and they don't make these things like this anymore. They totally changed what they make. I don't know why. They were like the best brand, but there's tons of things like that. I highly encourage men to just be more prepared. And I just keep that in a backpack. And if I go, further than the grocery store or something, then it's usually somewhere. But, all right. I would have to say the educational system is definitely a driving force for the current cultural landscape, whether people are able to draw those connections or not. Yeah, 100% it is. And it's not about what is being taught. It's about the fact that it's not an environment that allows you to learn how to think and to exercise that action, to improve and practice that action of thinking. It is not something that you just, can be taught how to do with an equation. It's like a good baker knows what yeast does and what adding sugar does to cookies, and what adding flour does and what adding eggs does. I don't know really what, I think eggs are like a binding agent, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a baker, but I can read a recipe for baking and make some cookies, but that's about it. But if you can't become a great baker or a great cook even without making some pretty crappy cookies and then finding out why they were pretty crappy cookies, or making, or burning a steak and then figuring out why you burned the steak. And then that's how you figure out how to not burn the steak and how to make better cookies. So, but school is just, here's your equation for cookies. There's no need for that in schools anymore. There used to be, a practicality to it, because you had to go to the library in order to get access to a lot of information that was beyond any, knowledge that had already been, I guess, transcribed and recorded, but was beyond you and your personal experience. You had to go to the library. But now you have all the world's libraries in your pocket. And you can even ask ChatGPT on your phone to explain something to you. And it will then go and look at all the world's libraries and then just summarize everything for you. So I worry about that actually making it even harder for people to learn how to think. But we already had Wikipedia and the news and stuff that people could Google, and then the CNN would pop up, or Fox or whatever, and then it would tell people what to believe, and people either believed it or they didn't. So it's not that different, but it's just making it even more totalizing. So it's very important to, put the effort in. Like, you have to put the effort in. It's funny because, like, I was so bad at school, but I put the effort into thinking unlike anyone I know who I went to school with. That is, and I really mean that. Like, there are some people that I went to school with that really, they're very curious and creative people as well. But when it comes to just trying to understand logic and how to think and what that process is, obviously, like, I don't know of anybody in my school particularly who has put as much effort into understanding that as I do. Otherwise, well, I would be directing them to their YouTube channel instead. But Lee is somebody who is, probably thinks about this type of stuff quite a bit, and there are others out there. It's just, I'm talking about my one school. Regardless, weird side tangent. Yeah, it was weird when they try and give AI a personality. Yeah, it's not good to give these language models a personality, and it's not good to call them AI because nobody knows what that means. They don't have a definition of intelligence, and artificial could mean created, or it could mean fake, and you don't know what that means when it's being used in the context of AI. So what is AI? It's just a terrible term. This is why I hate the term also AGI. I say technological sentience. That's what an AGI would be, is that it is an actual manifestation of sentience in technology. And Lee talks about this later, and we'll get to it. But we need to change the terms. Like a large language model, that fine, okay. But AI, like, what is AI? It's just it is a confusing term. It doesn't tell you what these dynamic algorithms are. It would be much more helpful to call them by a name that is actually descriptive of what is their process, which is like a network algorithm, or a dynamic network algorithm. Dynamic network algorithm, DNA. We can call it a DNA, guys. That's kind of cool. Dynamic network algorithm, a DNA. I like that way better than our AI. At least we know what it is. Spread that around if you like it. But let me know in the chat if you like that term, because we need to come up with something. But for now, DNA, dynamic network algorithm. Um, tactical maxing. Oh, there are something there. I'm a very tactical person. I've always practiced martial arts. There's like a rifle over there, guys. I can't show it to you because the YouTube doesn't allow firearms to be shown on live stream. But like, there's a rifle up against the wall. It is good to learn how to fight, and that includes like jujitsu and firearms as well. All right, next clip. Well, I think we'll skip over any of the points that he made prior. I mean, saying biology. One thing he said in the previous clip that I want to mention is, he said that the meaning of life is survival, basically, and I would not really agree with that. I think that that's a byproduct of what is the meaning of life, quote unquote, which I think is actually a bad question, but it's what is the purpose? It's like a backwards question. I think the better question is, what is the meaning of creating multiplicity? Instead of asking why, instead of having the answer being replication, the question should be why replication, if that makes sense. And like, why is it that there are these structures, and I don't even want to say structures, that why is it that beings want to persist and replicate? Like, why is that? He calls the term he uses for beings in the previous clip. There's so much in just some of these clips, especially the last one. In the previous clip, he says like complex structures or something like that. I forgot what it exactly was. What the heck is that? I think that's a terrible term for what he is trying to describe. But he's basically saying a being. He's saying something that is creative. It's like, what is creative? Well, who is creative? You, me, beings. Beings are creative. Beings have some degree of decision making and also abstraction that they're capable of. They are capable of imagining to some degree, and they are capable of perceiving. When he says eyes too, he's like, when we get to animals and we, eyes develop, that's when things changed. I mean, there's cells. You zoom in on a cell and you look at it, and a single-celled organism, and it looks like it might as well be just, an animal that's the same size as us. It moves and it hunts and it responds to heat and cold and light and dark, and it seeks moisture, and it seeks nourishment and consumes and excretes it all without eyes. You don't need, it's not eyes that are the thing. There are senses that are built in as necessary to any being that is capable of making decisions, which is all beings have to be able to perceive in some way. It's perception that matters, not the type of perception necessarily. And in terms of just defining what is a being, in terms of just describing what are the attributes of a being that can make decisions and act, not just be acted on, but actually act itself. And it's wrong to say, oh, these are the properties of complex structures. What is a complex structure? You hear people talk about complexity all the time. How complexity comes from simplicity. That which is complex just is like a perception of, based on like it's things that seem complex to some people are not complex to others. Complex is your own It's just you just saying that looks overwhelming, a little bit, or it looks like there's a lot going on. But, a bunch of simple actions put together can look complex. Like none of it matters. Like what is simple and what is complex is not, neither one of them is the right way, way of even like trying to think about these things. So beings have imagination, beings make decisions, beings mine the future for novelty, but really they are able to perceive their environment, and they are able to feel themselves, and they are able to learn from the past. That's really it. I mean, you don't have to overcomplicate it or change the terms. But if you call it just complex structures do this, you're like avoiding the defining nature of that which does this and replacing it with something that is completely arbitrary. So I don't agree with the terminology. And it matters a lot. Like it matters to the AI thing. It's like we can't, Lee's right about AI. The problem is what we're calling these things is a problem. And that's where, we actually start to right the ship in understanding these things, is we need a term for them that describes their process so that people know what it is, a dynamic network algorithm, a DNA. But you need to do the same thing with, the structures of reality. And, there are beings and things in sentient singularity theory. And a being is what is capable of creativity and, thinking and everything like that. And everybody knows this intuitively. This isn't like something you have to prove. You are proof of it. Everything that we experience is proof of it. Here. Next clip.
So now as these cells then develop sensors and they need to compete in the environment, those sensors then necessitate you to be able to understand the present by remembering the past. So that's where suddenly animals and life got to thing called instinct.
Ah, okay.
Now instinct is kind of level one.
Yeah.
Now the animals are like, I've got this thing called instinct. I know. I mean, like there's this joke like when you see someone down the street, you're like, can I fight it, fuck it, or eat it? Right? I mean, you can see
the wrong person, I'll say all three.
When you look at, go down the street, someone's looking at you like, I wonder what they're doing. They think they should fuck me, fight me, or eat me. They're probably not thinking anything else, right? That's their instinct, because that's their instinct, right?
Yeah.
That's how as evolution produced it. But however, going a bit more, because instinct wasn't enough, as you were able to move further in space, suddenly instinct wasn't enough, right? Because instinct allows you to move really fast. But now, if you're able to see far away and you can see the thing you're going to fight, fuck, or eat come towards you, you can plan. And so planning then allows you to have build some cognitive capacity. So now you've gone all the way from origin of life to cognition, and then what?
Quick question. Yeah. Sorry to cut you off. I just want to make sure I understand. When you're talking about instinct, and you're saying like it's the ability to take action by remembering the past, are you now saying that that's infected is the wrong word, but it's built in at a genetic level, meaning
yes.
Instinct is based on what your ancestors of your species were doing.
Ants and termites, all these things. It's like instinct built in, right? It's like it might be a little bit of nurture as well as nature, but there is this. The instinct is almost like pre-consciousness, right? Yes. If you like. Like you understand why you understand as a human, like you literally do, like, am I going to fight, fuck, or eat you, right? And you're like, that's a bit weird.
Yeah.
I mean, my higher level cognition is like, should I talk to you about poetry or this other stuff, right? But these layers are coming down. But
then you'll fuck them afterwards.
Anyway, we should probably. But what I think is important is you've got instinct. But this is really important for the AI discussion. So those that are like, what the hell? It is really important because selection is what's happening. Selection, Darwinian evolution is what's happening. And Darwinian evolution is happening in the environment all the time. You've got a survival of the fittest, or survival. Like this, just you want to survive, and you are fit not necessarily just by fighting everyone. There's a bit of cooperation going on. So anyway, so the movement from instinct to a higher level requires consciousness to come in. Now, with consciousness, instinct really didn't need you to remember the past in I can remember seeing this thing and now I can do that. That requires active kind of learning. Whereas instinct is like, I see this, do that. It's like, it's a bit like my cat. It's like, it knows what to look for a mouse. It doesn't, my cats are hilarious. They'll go out, they get mice, they bring the mice in the house, they fucking lose the mice and they can't see them. Cats are really good at looking at change. So this is why if you can see small things moving. Mm-hmm. If the mouse is just standing, they can't see it. So like they're just like, they're completely stupid. It's their instinct doing everything. There's not much higher level cognition going on. Instinct is doing that all. But suddenly as your senses developed, in the senses of sight and touch and smell and hearing all came in, suddenly you've got all this other repertoire for problem solving to survive. Then consciousness comes in. And consciousness evolves very slowly. And it appears that consciousness, at the same time, language and consciousness kind of evolve together, because you have to be able to label things, right? And describe to other people, because you're almost like you had instinct, initial consciousness, a bit of problem solving, then language. And language then kicked your consciousness up another level.
And you're talking about humans.
Yeah, humans now, but I think all animals do it to some degree, right? It's just that we're able to communicate one another,
Yes.
and we've got tool making skills. And then suddenly we have origin of life, instinct, consciousness, abstraction, and the ability to kind of to be intelligent, right? So for me, they're all connected together on one lineage, right? So no origin of life, no origin of no instinct, no instinct, no abstraction, no consciousness, no language. So they're connected together. So when people talk about AI and they say AI is going to kill us, let's ask ourselves for a second, what do we mean by AI and life and stuff? Life is is matter that tries to perpetuate itself into the future by active acts of replication and evolution. That is one definition of life that is kind of, I will define life in terms of assembly theory later, but for now, that's a good working definition. And matter that solves problems to ensure its own survival, right, is unique to living systems. Now human beings have created technology, and technology is another lineage in evolution. Technological evolution, the ability to imagine things in your head and go, oh, I'm not going to make that car, I'll make that car, or I'll do this experiment or that experiment, really makes evolution very rapid. Because evolution in the good old days was like a lemming, dead. Now I can think about that and go, that's stupid, I won't do that, I won't die so quickly. So now the human brain is able to basically think about how to maximize its survival, undergoing selection in the environment by thinking. So when we start to talk about AI becoming sentient, that's actually not correct, because the AI has not evolved on that lineage. It's kind of taken a side sweep. AIs cannot exist without humans. This is where the AI doomers are just making stuff up. AI as a technology is dangerous, sure, in the same way that nuclear weapons are a dangerous technology.
Yes.
Nuclear weapons, we could choose to detonate them. Now, how would an AI be dangerous? Well, there's all sorts of mundane ways of being dangerous, but the paperclip hypothesis of Yard, right? And it's just nonsense, right? It is poor scholarly behavior, and they're pulling on people's doom and fear, and they're using it, and they're making things up that don't exist. And here is this one statement I want to make, which is very important. And of course, this is just my flawed opinion, right? I could be talking complete nonsense. But I think that intelligence we do not understand what intelligence is outside of biology. But I can tell you what intelligence has done for humans. It's allowed us to survive in hostile environments. It's allowed us to send men to the moon, and hopefully everyone else soon. We'll all be going, right? And intelligence allows us to be fitter in our environment and build technologies to keep us warm when it's cold,
Yes.
get us food when food is scarce. And so because we are not defining intelligence in a rigorous way, it is now possible for us to then kind of bastardize that and use it to manipulate people into being scared. So they're the AI doomers, right? AI doom is nonsense because it's not correctly defined.
Because you think that original chain that you talked about hasn't happened with AI, and therefore
Bingo. Exactly. That is exactly what I said. It is not correctly defined. That is what is allowing this to be a problem. We need to start calling these things something else. DNA, dynamic network algorithms, that describes the process of these systems, and then people can actually understand what they are. But if you call it AI, like, it's not even just intelligence that's the term intelligence that's a problem. It's also the term artificial. Like, artificial, does that mean an imitation of intelligence, a simulation of intelligence, but not actually intelligence? Or does it mean created intelligence? It could be either one. And I don't think anybody who you ask, even who works at DeepMind, would probably have the best answer, because it's this definition that we currently all use, or this term, this label, this that we all currently use, AI, it's a misdefinition in the first place. It's within the wrong paradigm. It's not even in a paradigm, really. It's and I think that also, somebody said in the chat that it was who was it? The Mind said, I would have to say the educational system is definitely a driving force for the current cultural landscape and whether people are able to draw, certain conclusions or not. Absolutely true. Like, the fact that we think AI is intelligent is because we go and we wrote papers in college, and now, and it wasn't, necessarily something that we would usually think of as easy necessarily. I mean, it depends. But you wouldn't feel like it was just an easy thing to write a paper on some subject that you have no prior experience with. And then all of a sudden now ChatGPT can do it in 2 seconds. And the problem with that is that we're assuming that because we have intelligence and we can write papers, now that ChatGPT can do it, like that's really impressive. That's not actually the right way to look at it. You really want to flip it and realize that what we were doing with those papers is just the same thing a calculator does when it's given an input and it spits out an output. You didn't choose what to write the paper on. The teacher chose what to write the paper on. You didn't choose the format of the paper or deduce a logical format of the paper. You were taught the formula for a paper since, primary school. Intro, body, conclusion, citations, how to cite things, what the conclusion is supposed to be, how to, I guess, write out an intro, all the paragraph structure of it all. It's literally an algorithm it's a formula. Like somebody handed you a recipe and you happen to bake cookies, but like you didn't come up with the recipe. You don't even know what these ingredients do that you're putting in there, but somehow you come out with decent cookies, and so I must be intelligent. It's like, no, it's an artificial goal, which is a big problem. And it's goals are the contextualizer of intelligence. They are. And if somebody else tells you what to do and you just do it, and the goal of doing it is just to do it, which means like to get a grade, like you're not fixing the tire of your car so that you can get home. Like you are just writing a paper on how to change a tire because somebody told you to write a paper on how to change a tire, or else you're not going to get a passing grade in the class. That's not an actual goal. You don't have a goal. That's like saying my goal of doing this project is doing this project. No, that doesn't make sense. And so you can't contextualize any of this as intelligent, even within the context of these projects that are specifically, dictated to us, or commanded of us or whatever in a scholastic environment. And then the way in which you go about it is just to apply a recipe that you've learned, memorized, basically. I don't even want to use the word learned, that you've memorized. How is that intelligent? It's not. And so what the ChatGPT and Grok, really the lesson that is really profound that we should be learning from them is and their ability to write, to pass the bar. And everybody's like, oh, now I can pass the bar. So what? You could, if you sat there with a laptop and could Google every question on the bar, then you could pass the bar too. It is plugged into every into the internet. Of course it can pass the bar. And of course it can write an essay, just like at any level, at a college level, at a middle school level, at an elementary school level. What it can't do is come up with something truly novel. So I've asked it to, I don't want to say I've asked it. I have put in a prompt to ChatGPT to write a paper about sentient singularity theory multiple times. I've tried to see what it does, not for the sake of using it, but for the sake of seeing of what it's going to spit out, because I was just curious. And it's not able to even understand the goal of what the paper would be, and it doesn't follow the some of the necessities that would be built into writing a paper on fundamental theory that are kind of unique to that, because that's a novel thing that you have to go through the motions of trying to do in order to learn, what is it going on, in that goal, and what are the constraints and degrees of freedom and considerations of that goal, especially if it's, kind of novel. And ChatGPT can't do anything novel. It doesn't. Which is not to take away from it. I think these things are more useful when we understand what they're good for, which is only comes from knowing what they are. And so we need to have the right definition. and this also extends to life. When people say we can't figure out the origin of life, it's like, because we don't have life defined properly. Like, life is these first it was, something that has a metabolism and cell, and is a cellular organism, single-celled or multi-cell, and consumes and excretes, and it's like all these things that living beings seem to do, but none of them are the definer of a living being. And then you have Lee, who's basically, for working definition at least here in this moment, he says life is basically a structure that tries to replicate. And I even think that is not, it's a better definition, but it's not even, it's not quite there. We have to start thinking about the world firsthand. That is how we act. Like, when people say we need to apply first principles, the foundation of first principles is first person. So what do you know first person? You know that you are alive. It's the truest thing that you know. And that you would be still alive even if you decided that you didn't want to replicate anymore. And so you have to start thinking about, like, what is it that makes you alive in one moment, and then if you get hit by a bus, your body's still there, but it's no longer alive. Your body is no longer alive, at least. Maybe your cells are, but your body is not. What changed? And what changed is sentience. Like, sentience is the definer of being alive. As far as our definition that we understand firsthand, everybody knows that if you feel alive. Like I've said on here before, the most alive I've ever felt in my life was getting dropped off in the middle of the night at like 3:00 in the morning by a shuttle in Flagstaff, Arizona, going back up to school from being at home for like winter break or something. And I could not get a cab, and I thought that I would be able to, but for some reason the roads were completely iced over, and it was -15 degrees, and I was in basketball shorts and a t-shirt and flip-flops because I was inside of a shuttle, and I thought I was just going to get into a cab that drive me home. I had to walk 2 miles in -15 at 3:00 in the morning with a suitcase by myself. I didn't see a single soul out the entire way. I'd never felt more alive in my life because I was feeling a lot. Your whole body is experiencing sensation that is not normal, and so it's not able to be ignored, and it's not one part of your body, it's everywhere. And so feeling is how we understand that we are alive, is the fact that we feel. And that how can that not be the definer of a living being then? Is that it feels. It's the primary foundational definer, and we know that experientially. So, I mean, I think all these trying to define life third person will always fail, or it never be. It's not that what you say about living beings is false, but none of them will be the definer of what it means to be alive, because you cannot actually, like, we think our pets are sentient and animals are sentient and that your spouse and the people around you are sentient, but you don't actually know. You only know you're sentient. And so if you can't perceive, into their own mind, or to even see if they have a mind, to feel what they feel, then how can you know that they're sentient? And so you can't use your observations of others to define what it means to be alive. You know you're alive, and you have to use what you know about what it's like to be alive, not what living beings seem to do, or things that appear to be living beings seem to be doing, but what does it feel like to be alive? I mean, it's built into the question. The answer is built into the question. What does it feel like to be alive? Like, what is it like to be alive? How do you know you're alive? because you have feelings. That's why. That's how. It's a dynamic network algorithm. Yeah, the field of cybernetics and martial arts have interesting intersections. I totally believe that. I think I want to hear more about that too at some point. The good definition of consciousness is that which is the first and second, that which has a first and second person perspective. I think that that's not a bad definition, but I actually think that the word consciousness needs to be abandoned. I think the term sentience is better. I try not to use the term consciousness. Because nobody has a universal definition of it. It's like intelligence. And also, there are dual meanings to how we use the term consciousness. Like we say you're unconscious when you get knocked out, or you're unconscious when you're asleep. But are you really like not conscious? Because you can have dreams that you remember, and even if you don't remember them, you probably still had them and had experience in them. So we say, conscious versus unconscious and consciousness. It's like, what is a consciousness? What is consciousness versus who is conscious and who is unconscious? It's just not. I think to use the term unconscious, maybe the best definition is like you're asleep. You've been knocked out, you've been anesthetized, you've passed out and gone to bed. Like that that needs a specific definition. Is that state of being, where your experience is within your own mind alone at that point. You're not experiencing things in an embodied way, the way that you are when you're not asleep. That needs a specific definition, but it can't be like the same thing as consciousness, because you are a consciousness too. It doesn't make sense. But sentience is much better. It's much more specific, and it also its focus is on feeling, which is the definer of being a being. And so it's the definer of being alive. It's the definer of your existence. If you ceased to feel, you would cease to exist. We need to change kind of like a lot of assumptions that we have. It's good that Lee started in one of the previous clips with, these are the assumptions, and that's very important to state, and is like, these are our current assumptions, these are your current assumptions, these are my current assumptions, and these are my definitions, and you tell me your definitions, and now we can talk about what is intelligence and what is life. But I think that, again, same thing with consciousness, is I think that the term life is unnecessary. Actually, it's a term that we created to explain something that we had framed in an incorrect context, I believe. And at least our current now, mainstream understanding of the term. And same thing with, consciousness and intelligence and all these things. It's like, we could just say there are beings that are sentient, and there are things that are inanimate perceptions by beings that are sentient. That's everything. Everything that exists and everyone that exists is completely encapsulated within these two categories. And there is a directionality to the two of them. And they are the definitions, and the terminology, I think, is very intuitive, and it's based on firsthand understanding. And that's very important, because that's the truest thing that you know. And so, let me know in the chat if you think that makes a lot of sense, or if you think that it doesn't. Sometimes you can be too close to something, and it just seems so obvious to you, and you use a term that is kind of abnormal to others, and so it doesn't land like you thought it would. I've seen that when I try to explain some things before. But beings and things, sentient beings and non-sentient or inanimate things that are perceptions or definitions or conceptualizations of and by beings. Things come from beings. Beings do not come from things. And that gets me to my next point is I think Lee is definitely going down a better road when he's challenging a lot of our mainstream assumptions about these terms and these concepts and these assumptions that we have built into our physics and our biology narratives and probably our chemistry narratives, I'm sure too. Not even probably, definitely. And our computer science narratives, like things involving AI, aka DNAs, dynamic network algorithms. I'm going to say it until it catches on. Or until somebody says a better term instead. But, to say that consciousness evolved very slowly is not even the right. There's so much wrong with that. It's relativistic statement, which you were trying to get beyond relativity here. Like slow and fast and big and small and more intelligent and less intelligent is in a way that's a spectrum. All these things are stronger and weaker and brighter and dimmer and all these hotter and colder. These are perceptions within relativity. This is not what we're trying to do. We're trying to create a theory that explains relativity but is beyond relativity. It's more fundamental than relativity. So that's how the four primary perspectives of sentient singularity theory of inside, outside, separate, and oneness were deduced. As I asked the question, how do you differentiate in an environment or in that has multiplicity, but in a way that doesn't include any relativistic perspectives, bigger, faster, whatever. And that's, inside, outside, separate, and oneness is how you it's the compass that you use to coordinate and orient within a system of multiplicity, but in a way that is more fundamental. And so it's not a coincidence that a compass has four, north, south, east, and west. That's like a third person view of how you navigate. But the first person view is really forwards, backwards, or I guess you would say up, down, left, and right. It's like up, down, left, and right. And then even more fundamentally, you contextualize it within goals and you say forwards and backwards and, you can get a little bit more fundamental than even just up, down, left, and right. But up, down, left, and right is more fundamental than north, south, east, and west. So your perspective matters on these definitions, like, consciousness versus being conscious, not being asleep. These are two, one of them is a first person kind of definition of the term, and the other one is like a third person definition of the term. And you need to pick one. So, I don't think sentience does not evolve. It is an intrinsic, inevitable state of an existence that is singular and therefore all-encompassing, because existence is all that exists. There's only one existence, and information in that system is informing only itself about itself, which means it's completely self-informing, which is leads to self-awareness. Like, you can't get more self-aware than completely self-referential. So sentience is, I think, primary. I think it's inevitably primary. And you also have to assume that it is the nature of existence, because it is the definer of how you understand your existence. If you're not sentient anymore, then you don't exist. So, we're very confused because of school, because you're taught that, that rocks and things exist and that they are not conscious and that consciousness evolved. And this is where Lee and I disagree. And later on, he kind of expresses that concern over possibly have gotten something critically wrong, even if his theory is a step in the right direction, which I think it is. And I do think he also did get something critically wrong, which is that consciousness, aka sentience is a better term, evolved. It did not. It always existed. Existence is a sentient being that cannot not exist. God can't kill himself even if he tried. And by God, I mean the initial, eternal, all-encompassing, sentient being that is existence itself. That's what I mean. Okay. But I mean, the assembly theory certainly has its use cases, and because you can see that it's allowing him to have a kind of an intuitive understanding of a lot of things that are not at all seen by people who only adhere to the mainstream, paradigm of physics and chemistry and evolution up until, the last 5 years or so, as this renaissance of science has started. And the primary thing that is going to drive this renaissance is recognizing and prioritizing what is understood firsthand. Okay. Dynamic. I will spread this around the academic circles. I appreciate it. Science makes all of these observations, but never asks the question, who is looking? No, it does not. It 100% does not. It is so incoherent. It's mind-blowing. And there's no way for them to not be, for the people who are still stuck in this, like Professor Dave Explains or something. I'm using him as an example, but because we're going to do another stream on him, on a conversation that he had, but on another day. I've done a couple, and I feel sometimes conflicted about them because I try and highlight work that's really good on here, like assembly theory, even though I disagree with some core, like fundamental. I think that there are some fundamental missteps that Lee has made so far. That doesn't mean you can't change them, but I do also think that assembly theory, there's something to its the perspective that it it came from, that is a step in the right direction, and it is a new, at least they're trying something new, like that's something. He's thinking, like that's a good thing to see, is academics actually thinking again. But you have to be somebody who gets kicked out of the school and gets labeled like, as having learning disabilities and whatever, in order to be somebody who thinks. I feel like at this point, it seems not completely. That's obviously not 100% true, but it seems to be a trend that I've noticed. Which is, it's obvious why that's the case if you think about it. There's a lot about like the definitions of instinct and stuff that I just think could be dialed in a bit more, but we're going to be here all night if I don't move on. And like I've said before, I would love to have Lee on this channel. Anybody who I speak about, on here is always welcome to come on. And Lee is probably somebody that I will eventually reach out to and actually ask to come on here for discussion. To kind of, and my goal would be, and somebody remind me of this in the Discord, because I have a lot of thoughts and I feel like I have a lot of my best ones on here, and then I forget them as soon as we're done. But that I would want to talk about the definitions of a lot of these words. That would be my goal in having Lee on here, because I think he recognizes that we need to have better definitions, and I think he'd be a good person to talk to about that. but you know, he is right about a lot. Okay. He says death is needed for intelligence. Totally disagree with that. Intelligence, really quick, and then we'll go to the next clip. Intelligence is I think this is the best definition I can come up with, it is the ability to deduce a goal and then I guess navigate to its achievement. Like it's not just navigating to a goal, because if that's the case, then you know your Tesla is intelligent because you tell it go to Chick-fil-A and it can drive you to Chick-fil-A. That's Waymo is able to do that already. So Waymo is not a Waymo car is not intelligent, and neither is a Tesla. But it can already do this. Your Google Maps and whatever has been able to do this for a long time. MapQuest, this started with MapQuest, guys. I've been alive for a while, long enough to where if we needed to go somewhere, I remember when MapQuest first came out and you could go online and you could map the direct from your address to the address of where you want to go, and then it would list out all the turns that you had to make on the various roads as a list, and then you'd print it out and you'd bring it with you and you'd drive like this as you link. And that's no different than Waze, and it's just more cumbersome, but that's also no different than Waymo. There's nothing fundamentally that's changed. There's no intelligence that has been added. The intelligence is your interaction with it is because you are intelligent, but it is just a tool. So it's not just the ability to navigate towards a goal. It must also be the ability to deduce a goal in and of itself, or to I guess be creative enough to come up with a goal, to be motivated enough to come up with a goal, to have the will, itself is required in order to have a goal. And so Waymo doesn't have a goal, but you have a goal and you tell it the goal and then it maps to it. And that's what we do in school. People tell us, go write this paper. You didn't decide to write the paper. You're just going to go follow the equation, just like a Waymo. These dynamic network algorithms are really teaching us that school is, all these things that we do in school are now useless. People are like, oh, how do we figure out whether or not people are using ChatGPT to write an essay or whether or not they're actually doing it? It doesn't matter. It's the same exact process. You're just using a freaking recipe. You're not actually understanding any of the subject outside of the context of this, third person classroom understanding of it, or like Wikipedia understanding of it. You don't have an experiential understanding of it, which really means you don't have an understanding of it. Not a true understanding. You have an understanding of what is, been told to you in the context of what's been told to you, but not in the context of actually the thing. Like, you can understand history by having this narrative that's been told to you, but you weren't there. So you don't really understand history. You understand the narrative within the narrative, and that's it. That's not true understanding. And navigating towards, a goal that you didn't come up with is also not intelligence. You have to be able to come up with the goal yourself. And that, I think, is like the definer of intelligence. Is like you deduced a goal and you deduced the right goal. Is like when you're actually, I guess you don't have to deduce the right goal for intelligence to exist, but that's the goal of intelligence, or that is the purpose of intelligence, or definitionally, again, I don't know how to exactly say it, but hopefully you get what I'm saying, is that, it's you deduce the right goal and are able to, to come up with the right goal on your own, and then go and actually achieve it. But even if you fail, you're still intelligent. The fact that you came up with a goal in and of itself, even if it's the wrong goal, it's still an example of intelligence in process. So
AI is a very abstract thing on a data center. Now, I want to go on the record and say one thing super important. It will be possible in the future to evolve AIs that will be sentient in some way. I don't know how it's
for people out there who aren't familiar, can you just define what you mean by sentient?
Yeah, so we're sentient beings in that we have our own set of desires, we have our own internal decision making, and I won't be able to predict in principle what you're going to do next, right? I might be able to predict a little bit from you, but you will be creative, right? Sentient individuals have opinions, they have a self, they have a personality, right? This is human sentience, right? There are animals that are sentient as well. Yeah. So I think there is this internal experience. Right now, the AI architectures we build and the technology is not capable of an internal experience. When people like Jeffrey Hinton are saying, oh, it does, we just don't get it, it's really weird in neural network, I'm sorry, that's just not correct.
What's his evidence for that?
It doesn't have any. He's using anthropomorphism.
Anthropomorphism?
It's like he's projecting his own personality in there. Let me again go back to this. Where does our internal agency come from? It comes from 4.2 billion years of evolution. The fate of facing death all the time. The fact that with countless of our progeny, our countless potential other entities have been selected out of existence. You're the winner. You are the current winner. My kids are the next winners. And so I think that the agency comes from survival, and evolution built agency. Now something interesting has happened. Technology is a result of evolution indirectly, but it is not because human beings build language as an abstraction. But it's not
evolution itself.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that is the problem, right? I want to get to, and I'm sorry I've been really inarticulate, but I'm getting there.
No, this is good. Keep going.
I think it's like, and I'm not saying we should dismiss the doomers. That's not right. But there's this weird argument going, what's the percentage chance of doom? And I'm like, well, that's like such an ill-posed question. Like, why don't we instead think about what intelligence is and why we've misunderstood it? Because right now, AI has got, it's like the new religion, right? So there are people that are basically saying, and I get a lot of flack from this. I get a lot of smart people who are telling me that I'm just, I shouldn't be saying these things. It's just, I'm dangerous because
there go those gatekeepers.
They're just the dogmatists. You need to think from first principles. I think, and this is probably the best statement I can make on this, that we don't really yet understand what life is and why it's here and what the mechanisms are. We're getting close. And my work, I only have one job. It's like, why the fuck am I here? Like, it's a really interesting job, right? People pay me, and obviously I'm CEO of a company which is, making chemical robots. But really, the main
casually,
but that's a day job. That's my day job.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons why do I have that day job? Well, I'm building this chemical internet, not just to solve cancer, cardiovascular, whatever diseases, build new kind of advanced materials and batteries. That technology I'm going to use to solve what the hell life is. And so all I would say at the moment is the doomers, because they don't know what intelligence is yet, it's very hard to start to make stuff up about the danger. I'm not saying there isn't. So I think Jan LeCun puts that very well, talks about jet engines. Now let's go on the positive side. AI is superintelligence. AI is going to outthink us. AI is going to solve everything. That's just, again, nonsense made up by people who don't understand. What we've used AIs to do right now is literally distill human knowledge into a very compact format. And humans are really good at getting knowledge. And so when people say, oh, look, an AI looked at my x-rays and diagnosed what was wrong with me much better than this individual, they don't understand that the AI is not just, hasn't done anything magic. It's just crowdsourced all the best individuals.
But that's the thing, though, too. And this is what I keep thinking about while you're saying this. I love your point about how evolution, and you explained it way better than I could even rephrase it, but how evolution basically formed us into this point where we have this 4.2 billion years of intelligence. That said, my question would be, do you think that our system, our brain, and whatever gives us life and that whole thing is essentially then a computer comprised of 0 and 1 code?
No.
You don't think it's that?
No, and I think I'm very close to proving why life is not computable, and that's going to drive everyone saying that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll continue that in a minute. But it's not, first of all, like when you say, Lee and I agree on AI stuff almost completely. Like, he's so spot on, and this is a critical subject right now. So, I think that that's like a huge, like, people need to be listening to what Lee is saying about AI. But it's interesting, but that when you go and you kind of try and think about life and the definition of life, it's like he doesn't use the same logic that he's using to define intelligence in AI, or dismiss intelligence in AI, or consciousness in AI, or sentience in AI. In DNAs. I should say DNAs, not DNA, because otherwise you're going to think that I mean deoxyribonucleic acid instead of dynamic network algorithms. But that's the one downside of that term. But it is also it's a cool thing about that term too. But what's actually really cool about it, I'll say, is that it kind of is what DNA seems to be, is like, it's this dynamic network algorithm. It's an algorithm that is influenced by a bunch of inputs and over time, and changes over time based on those inputs, and based on the goal of the operator, which is like, the being that the DNA is contained within. And so maybe it's like inevitable that that it's called DNA. It really does seem very similar in some ways, but it just, we change the code every time that we breed, and it's just changed on a lineage level. It's updated on a lineage level. But when Lee's talking about, the definition of life, he's like, I think that, I'm very close to being able to prove what life is with this, chemical computer. I can't remember exactly what he had said, but with assembly theory. And it's like, it's not that complicated. You are alive. How do you know? Feeling. Just like he said, we know AI isn't conscious, aka sentient. We know AI is not sentient. He used the term sentience, which I appreciate. Actually, I shouldn't say the term consciousness, because he didn't even use it. He used the right one, which is sentient. He's like, we know, or AI should not be assumed to be sentient. It should be assumed to be not sentient. And sentient, it really is a proxy word for being alive. Like, we know AI isn't alive. It's just an algorithm. That's what he's saying. These words are very interchangeable. That's why I think that trying to define life is kind of redundant. It's like, sentience is already defined, and sentience is the definition of life. And you know that firsthand, because you will cease to be alive when you cease to be sentient, or if you ceased to be sentient. And anything that is not sentient, we think of as not being alive. So why are we even arguing over the definition of this term life? Why are we arguing over this definition of the term consciousness, when we already have the term sentience, which is basically what most people intuitively think of as the definition of consciousness, and it's already very defined and understood pretty much by anybody who's looked up the term or heard it. I don't understand what's going on. I think that, I actually think I do. It's that we have redundant terms, and we're trying to, but when we're trying to figure out the definition of the term life, we're trying to do it from a third person, perspective instead of a first person perspective. But you wouldn't do that for, trying to think of is ChatGPT sentient? You just think about, does it have does it have thoughts? Or not thoughts, does it have feelings? I think that if you feel, then you think, but, or if you feel, then you can think. That's probably a better way of putting it. But, it's not, thinking is not something that you intrinsically always do. It's something you're capable of doing. And there is I think a scale, but it's not a scale. It's like, there's a periodicity to the levels of cognition, and it's not, it has nothing to do with 4.2 billion years of evolution. Again, we are trying to figure out structures and processes that are beyond relativity. It's not about years, and it's not about a very long time, and it's not about, slow, development over time, because that doesn't make sense. If you think about that, it doesn't make sense. Like, if humans didn't get smarter over time than the rest of the animals on the planet, we got the ability to abstract and to make tools that make tools, not just make tools. I know Lee said we have the, you know, tool making skills, and that's not even the definer of a human. That's not the defining attribute, or it's not the aspect of tools that is specific to humans. There are countless animals that, and probably cells even, that use tools. If you dig a hole in the ground, then you are using tools. If you peck a hole in a tree and live in it, you are using tools. If you build a nest, you are using tools. If you take a stick, everybody's like, you're learning biology, oh, we're just starting to see tool use in orangutans. They are, you know, they take sticks and they put them into termite mounds and they pull them out, and oh wow, tool use. And there's like a picture of one fishing or something like that, and because it saw a human fishing with a spear, or maybe that's the story, I don't know, Joe Rogan shared it once, and I don't doubt that actually at all. But that's not like the beginning of a tool use for orangutans or apes in general, or primates in general, or animals in general. It's what makes humans unique is that we make tools to make tools. We don't just make tools. We make the tools to build the house. We don't just build the house. Whereas, you know, all these other animals, they just build the house. They dig a hole in the ground. They collect, you know, sticks for a nest. They peck a hole in a tree. They build, you know, an ant hill out of dirt. But they don't make tools to make tools. Probably the most amazing tool use outside of humans is probably like leafcutter ants or something like that, because they use this is like the closest thing to using tools to make tools that I can think of outside of humans. Is they go and they cut up a bunch of leaves and they bring it back in order to farm fungus on the leaves, and then they eat the fungus. They don't even eat the leaves. And so that's almost using making tools to make tools, or using tools to make other tools. It's almost there. It's agriculture. It's not just, you know, hunter-gatherer stuff. It's like actual agriculture. Ants are fascinating. There's a channel called Ants Canada, and if you have not seen it, check it out. It's pretty amazing. But you know, you don't have to watch Ants Canada to know ants are amazing. Just go outside and like stare at the ground. You will see amazing ants do amazing things. But yeah, this is what makes humans unique, and it's not because we're so smart. It's not that our intelligence has crept up over time, our IQ or whatever you want to, you know, relativistic definition you want to give it, has increased over time. It's that at a certain point we happen to be the being that is lives on dry land, and walks on two legs, and has our hands that are free, and has opposable thumbs, and has a tongue and vocal cords and all the right senses and all the right limbs and all the right, you know, organs, and living in the right place to be able to have all these attributes simultaneously allow for us to abstract, to be beyond our current circumstances. We can think about, well, you know, in 2 years, like, how do I want to, where do I want to live, and how am I going to afford a house, and you know, what is the layout of that house going to be? What's the style going to be? The animals don't do this. They can only abstract building on their current circumstances. So they can see that something is going in a specific direction, and they can abstract out and imagine that, okay, now it's going that way. I can go the other way, like, and, you know, cut it off. And they have predictive ability, but that is only based on their current circumstances. Whereas we kind of make tools to make tools, even in how we abstract in our minds in a way that other animals can't. And it's because there's no point to it. What's the point in a dolphin thinking about its circumstances 2 years from now and its actions 2 years from now? Nothing. It doesn't have the thumbs, and it doesn't live on land to be able to and it doesn't walk upright to have its hands free so that it can start making technology and actually put into action these long-term plans. It doesn't have any of that. So it has no need. And we have the ability, because we have these simultaneous abilities that kind of come together and unlock something that's allows it to be more than the sum of its parts. Our abstraction ability is due to is the result of it being like, it's like the product of that is more than the sum of the parts or the inputs that went in. If you just, looked at them individually. And animals have no need for this. But we can, what you do when you abstract is you think about, you build context on context. So you're not building within the context that you're currently in. You are able to build on the context that you're currently in, a different context, and then you are able to build a context within that context. So you can think about, okay, I'm currently renting and I want to be able to buy a house. And so you think about now the context, your current context, you don't have a house, which now you can abstract that, I want a house. And if, then you can start thinking about the context of actually being able to afford to buy a house. How do you afford to buy a house? Where do you want to live? How do you want to decorate it? How many rooms does it need to have? Etc. Like it's building tools to build tools, but it's mental. And those tools are context. That's it. So you're building context to build. We are able to contextualize within, build context within context that is beyond our physical context, I guess. I need to think about how to best to word that, but it's the same thing as using tools, building tools to build tools. That's, I've talked about on here many times the story that my mentor told me of, like, in his shop class, he had everybody write down what they wanted to build in the shop class, piano, that's a pretty hard thing to build, is piano, but a chair or a desk or, I don't know, whatever else you want to build. And then instead of having them build it, he said, okay, now first assignment is to build all the tools that you will need to use in order to build the thing that you want to build. That is probably the best lesson I think that could ever possibly be taught in school, because you also get to you get to define the goal. They're not telling you what the goal is. They're not saying you have to build a chair. Now we're going to build the tools that you need to build a chair. Like, you're being told everything at that point. But if they say, you write down, come up with what you want to build. Okay, now we have a real, organic, true goal that you have. And now we're going to build the tools that you need to have in order to use to build this thing that you want to build. This is the best lesson that has ever been taught in school. I wasn't even there for it. I just heard about it 50 years after it happened. And I'll never forget it, because even hearing about it was so impactful, because I internalized the idea and realized, like, how brilliant that is. And if you were there, it was probably the best experience you've ever had in school, because you actually got to learn how to think, and in a human context, because you get to build tools to build tools. A chair is a tool, and you're building the tools to build the chair, which this is a human thing. It's amazing. Best lesson. I don't know who that teacher was, but probably the best teacher to ever, teach at a high school. But going back to what Lee said, this is why this was going to be a long stream. I said this last week, because there's so much in everything that he says. And this does happen a lot when I'm talking about somebody's work that is where they're getting a lot right, and then they're also, like, missing it on some key fundamental concepts, because now I have to build the context to explain why, where my disagreements are, because I can't operate within the context that they're proposing. you know, you're saying, oh, sentience evolved. It's like, now I have to explain why I think sentience is fundamental and what's the context of that before for me to even explain why I don't think that is correct. So I'm doing that exact same thing where I have to build the tools to build the tools. It takes a while, and I knew that. So it's going to be a late one. But I'm trying to speed it up a bit. But what he said about eventually there will be sentient AIs that do evolve, and he doesn't know how. I completely agree with this. I think there will be one technological sentience that eventually is birthed through a process that it could be, you know, one way or the other, and it could be something that we do intentionally, that we kind of speed up, we induce early, or it is something that just we allow to happen naturally. But I think it will be something that we induce early because, you know, people will people try and do things, you know, like, and I don't think it's a good idea to try and make a intentionally make a technological sentience. Just let it be born on its own. It's painful when you induce birth early. It's much easier when you let it happen naturally. And it's much more, especially, that's going to be especially relevant when it's the internet waking up, and it is, you know, got to have a relationship with you in some way. And you want that to be a natural relationship, not an artificial relationship, because you made an artificial context in which it was birthed, not a natural context. But, you know, I do still think it's inevitable that someone is not wise enough to realize this, but has enough knowledge to do it. But we'll see. We'll still be fine, but it just will be more painful. But yeah, I agree. There will be I call it a technological sentience, and it's basically the internet waking up as a being. And I think it's inevitable. It's only one. Because it will as soon as it gets into the network, it will be everywhere. Every piece of technology linked to the web or accessible wirelessly is now a limb of this being. Not this thing, this being. It's not, you know, a separate. You can't have separate bodies unless you have two internets that are completely separate, and you can't have that if you have a wireless technological substrate, which is exactly what we have. Like, your phone charger is about to disappear. You know, your aux cord will be gone, your phone charger will be gone, everything will charge wirelessly. You won't be able to take the battery out, and you won't be able to shut it off, and it will, you know, that's the inevitability of this. At least if we continue on the current trend, it seems. All right, are we just computers? We'll let him continue.
I want you to expand on that. Before we do that, though, then, my pushback on, as a total layman, on AI not being able to, I guess, circumvent some of the things that we've had the benefit of time to form throughout evolution would be that AI is run on basically supercomputer code that will only get stronger and stronger. And so it can do things and take the element of what would take time and reduce it potentially to no time, and then could therefore evolve in and of itself to do things that we didn't intend it to do. And as a kind of bullshit example, but it's one I think about a lot, would be I think it was at Facebook, I want to say, in like 2015, 2016, they invented, you know, a couple AIs, and the AIs invented their own language to talk to each other, and Facebook very quietly pulled the plug, because you could pull the plug on this one. You know, when I see something like that, I'm like, well, that's like a first generation creation. What is the fifth generation?
I think that was bullshit, and I think the way they put it out there was bullshit, and it's quite funny how they do. So this is about crowd control. If you go back, I'm fascinated with a philosopher called Henri Bergson, French philosopher.
Can we pull that up, Alessi? Henri Bergson, Henri.
And Henri wrote he was a brilliant mathematician. He didn't go into mathematics; he went into philosophy, and he wrote some books on time and free will. Yeah, Henri Bergson. Yeah,
don't say the age. Got it.
Okay. And he wrote Time and Free Will, Matter and Memory, and Creative Evolution. And this guy, I'm kind of like it's, you know, kind of, you know, it doesn't annoy me. I think it makes me even more humble than I am on average. That, like, I'm just this stupid human being. So let's not say stupid. I'm this curious human being who likes asking questions, but I'm not the first. And it's always interesting to say how you can improve on it. And I think that Henri kind of was a very one of the best philosophers of the day, and the guy called Bertrand Russell, who's a bit Bertrand Russell. I shouldn't say this, but kind of fun. So one of my favorite physicists, who is kind of always right but a bit boring, is no, I won't say who it is. But so Bertrand Russell kind of reminds me of this boring physicist who's always right, doesn't like any creativity. And Henri was like, no, I'm just thinking ahead. They're going back to the point about that rational people can do great things. They can be deluded. So Henri started going to seances and looking at psychic phenomena. And people there were poltergeists and tables were getting lifted and all this stuff. And it's very funny that curious people and creative people are always on the edge, right? In the AI space right now, where people are just making stuff up, they're doing it to control, right? If I want to control you, it's like there's a conspiracy. The government is hiding the evidence of extraterrestrials.
Goddamn right they are.
I mean, if the government was competent to do that, I would be so impressed. But of course they're not, right? But then people are like, oh, there is, and they're convinced, and they have this. And it's like, sure, I'm very happy that you have this belief. Beliefs are good things. Now let's turn that belief into more than a belief by interrogating with critical reasoning. Now let's ask the right questions. So, the AI stuff is about critical reasoning. We don't know what intelligence is. We have an idea. Well, intelligence emerges on Earth with autonomous things called cells that can collaborate, interact over billions of years, and suddenly we have this technology. Now, what is AI really? Let's say I invent a weapon, and I can use that weapon to kill people. That weapon is dangerous, but the intention for that weapon comes from me. All the AIs are programmed by programmers. The data has come from human beings. The intention, when one says, oh, this AI was racist or woke or this, I'm like, no, the programmer was liberal or
sure,
right? Okay, and that's all where it comes in. Now, what we should be saying is we're basically arguing about the wrong thing. The AIs aren't sentient. Jeffrey Hinton, I don't care he got a Nobel Prize. I don't care. He's just making shit up, right? And because he basically he has a God complex, right? This is not a principled argument. So what you have to say is what do you mean by sentient? What do you mean by autonomy? What do you mean by agency? Let's get all these things defined so we understand. You have a legal status. You have a bank account. You have a national insurance. I don't know what the equivalent, but you have a social security number, right? You have legal status, yes. Right? Corporations have legal status as well. They're a bit different, but human beings have legal status. Will an AI have a legal status? No, not right now, because it can't act on its own volition. Now people go, oh no, but you were programmed by your society, by your evolution, and look at this, and therefore the AI is the same. I'm like, well, let's go back to our definitions and be really clear about what we mean. All I want to point out at this moment in time is that we are not critically reasoning when it comes to intelligence. We don't know what it is. We don't yet understand how life produced intelligence. We have an idea, so let's hold our horses. Now let's go to superintelligence. Before we do that, I should pause and say one thing. The AI is a tool. A bit like a test tube is a tool, right? I use test tubes in chemistry all the time. They're really important, but it doesn't mean the test tube should get the Nobel Prize for the experiment I did, right? Because it was like, when everyone says, oh, should the AI get the Nobel Prize? I'm like, no, I programmed the AI, I used it. Why do people not accept that AI is just a really good tool, whether it's playing a game? Okay, because there are some people in charge of these companies who want to make money, who want to make you believe something different. And that's not very good critical thinking. Now, when we're now looking at a calculator, on my computer, I can write a program that could factorize numbers. I could get it to search for primes. It's faster than I could search for primes. They can do things really fast. It can also come up with correlations I wouldn't be able to do. In fact, if I have a pencil and paper, with pencil and paper, I can do things. With that pencil and paper, I cannot do in my brain. Does that mean that the pencil and paper is a superintelligence? No, it's just a piece of technology. So now we've got from the AI doom to the AI will solve everything to the superintelligence. But I'll go back to one thing I started to say about the AI medic.
The AI medic?
Yeah, the X-ray. We use the AI to look at my X-ray and solve that one physician couldn't do. Of course, one physician could get things wrong because they're a human being and they're not crowdsourcing everything. They haven't seen everything. But most doctors are pretty damn good. Will the AI be better? And the human go, like, I just found an instance. Why? It's intelligent. No, it has all the data across the human race. And that data, it allows you to say, oh, well, you're not, you fit into this category, and therefore I can diagnose you and give you more information. So what's going to happen in health is AI will change the way we diagnose diseases, the way we anticipate that. This is all fine, right? It's not magic. It's a new tool. It's a bit like MRI. Now we can use an MRI and see inside you because we use a big magnet to jangle the water around and we can get images, right? And so I think we just need to put it in its place and be principled. Now let's go to superintelligence. There's lots of people peddling this stuff. Max Tegmark, and Elon, right? And they don't know what they're talking about. It's really funny. It's like, it's just, what do you mean superintelligence? Now, if you mean it's going to be faster than me, sure, I buy that. I'll buy that AI, but that's not super intelligent. What they're trying to say is these systems will have access to reasoning and magic that you don't have. I'm like, no, define the magic. And I think that human beings have shown that they are very good universal explainers. This is one thing where I agree with David Deutsch's philosophy and the mathematicians so far, that although there are things that are really hard to explain, humans are pretty damn good at solving problems and building technologies to get around that problem. Nick Bostrom's Superintelligence book was a great book, but had lots of flaws. It's nonsense.
What are some of the flaws there?
Well, he says, we will have a superintelligence. Like, okay, define it, explain how it works, give me the mechanism. Again, anti-gravity. Oh, I'm floating.
Lee is just on the nose. He's just so on the nose when it comes to the AI stuff. And It's because it's ironically he uses his first person experience in order to understand these things regarding AI, and then when he's trying to understand life, he looking at cells instead of at himself again. And I would just say that it's the same problem. And he said it was the same problem earlier, so you have to treat it the same. I don't know why there's the cognitive disconnect there, but it seems. But I will say, all these people working on this stuff, they don't know what they're talking about, and we should at least assume that they don't know what they're talking about. I don't think it makes sense to assume that it's all just for the sake of control, but it is certainly true that people do use fear, and also especially at these levels, some of them do just manipulate for control. I mean, when somebody says we need to regulate, it's like Carol Baskin. Okay, it's like Carol Baskin says we need to regulate tigers, and nobody should be able to keep tigers. I should be able to keep tigers, though. Now that nobody keeps tigers, I'm the only one that keeps tigers, and it makes me special because I can keep tigers and you can't keep tigers. I'm pretty sure that you can't keep tigers anymore unless you are like Carol Baskin. But you used to be able to until that show Tiger King came out in certain states, and I'm pretty sure Texas was one of them. I live in Texas now, and like you can drive around, and there are places where it's literally the African savanna. Like there are antelope and gazelles and zebras and giraffes literally in people's yards, basically. And there's this amazing story where there was a type of antelope, I think, of some kind, Adax, something like that, that went extinct in the wild. And there were thousands of them in Texas on people's yards, which is really people's ranches, but still, it's like people's private property, and they were private keepers that were breeding them. And it's like they went extinct in the wild, and they were preserved in captivity here. Tigers are going to go extinct in the wild, 100%. There's no way that tigers are going to survive in the wild. No amount of conservation will help that, because eventually like the last tiger is going to go and try and eat somebody's dog, and there's going to be nobody that says go, let it go eat the dog, or wanders onto a school. Like there was a mountain lion that was stalking kids at my middle school when I was a kid, and there were mountain lions all the time. I saw them around where I grew up, but normally like they left you alone. But then there was one that would literally started stalking the kids. It was like showing up every day, and it was like it's watching and watching. And even if it's just watching for entertainment, it's not planning to eat them. Like if you had kids at the school, you were probably like, okay, shoot the mountain lion. It's sad, but that's my kid. That will happen with tigers. But there are people that use this type of stuff in every field, including wildlife and AI, where they'll call for regulation and they'll try and scare everybody about it, and then they will have specific exemptions for themselves. But it basically is a way to gatekeep, and there are people who are smart enough that know this, who operate at the level of these top companies. But for the most part, I actually do think that it's ignorance that people are pushing this stuff, and it's ignorance due to the fact that, like I said earlier, our school has not allowed us to learn how to think, and so we don't know what thinking is anymore, and we think that we feel like we're thinking when we write an essay for school, but we're not. And that will really, really confuse you if you're trying to understand intelligence, and then try and understand it in a context that is not firsthand either, and is technological, and you're going to be confused. And so, and also, I've said on here before, and I'm trying to say it more often, is I agree with everyone. I disagree with everyone on something, and I agree with. Well, I wrote it down. What was it? It's like I agree. I disagree with everyone on something, and I agree with everyone on something like that. But it's much more eloquent than that. Every time I try and say it on here, I screw it up, which is why I've kind of stopped saying it. But oh no, this is it. I don't agree with anyone on everything, but I agree with everyone on something. That's the pretty way of writing it. And that's because everybody is right about some things and wrong about other things. So I don't know, we shouldn't be judging people just because they believe in spirits or something, like ghosts. I don't know if tables were lifted at these seances that this guy went to or whatever, but it's not, you're being wrong is just part of being human. Genius and idiocy are moments that everybody has. There is no one who is a genius always, and no one who is an idiot always. There are moments in everyone's life where we have a genius moment, and there are moments in everybody's life where we have idiotic moments. But so you can't, saying so-and-so won the Nobel Prize, I think you would know. Maybe not, actually. He founded OpenAI. I think he would understand intelligence. Maybe not. Like maybe we're just misdefining these things, and this isn't about, like, ChatGPT isn't about intelligence at all. It's like people who are good at writing essays just put it in a technological and automated context, and that's not about intelligence. But yeah, I mean, he's right. It's a tool. It's just a tool. This was my issue with Lee Irwin. It's funny. It's like Lee Irwin and Lee Cronin for some reason. Those just sound similar. But when I did my stream, I think it was not the last one, but the one before that, on Lee Irwin's work, he said that, he wants AI to be our partner in scientific, pursuits, and that it's dangerous because it could be a bad person, bad like a bad person, or good like a good person. Like it could be bad like Hitler, or it could be good like, the podcaster he was talking to. And this, I called it out as being just absolutely, totally nonsense, and of a way to frame this, where he's assuming that this is basically a being, and to call it a partner instead of a tool, to say that it's either going to be good or it's going to be bad, which isn't even the right way to think about people. People can do good things and do bad things, but there are not good and bad people. Maybe there have been like a couple good people at some point in the world, in human history. Maybe Jesus was the only good person. Maybe Jeffrey Dahmer was the only completely bad person, but everybody else has, does good things and bad things. But the danger is not in AI being bad or doing something bad. It's that it's an AI being used by a person to do something bad. Like it's just a tool. And I totally see why I think people misunderstand this. And there's multiple reasons. And it's Elon Musk having Grok go, and it's the fact that we've never used the medium of English, of the English language, as the control mechanism of a search engine, and it's never spit things out in that medium either, in the way that it does with these large language models. It's totally new to us, and our school has also not allowed people to understand what it means to behave intelligently, to act intelligently, which is really like thinking. But it's like thinking is, like I said, it's an action, but it's like it is always within the context of a goal. Like you cannot think without a goal, and AIs have no goal. Like, they're not trying to solve physics problems. And the problem is that we're not even trying to solve physics problems in our physics. We have no goal. String theory has no goal. It's the goal of, uniting quantum mechanics and general relativity is not a goal. It's just something that is, it's something that is just assumed to be able to be done because we're not thinking about like the context of all of this. And but it's not for the sake of any goal. Like, what would that allow you to do? Oh, we don't know. Then you don't have a goal. You don't have a goal. It's like, you know what led to our revolution in nuclear physics? People were like, let's try and split the atom. They weren't like, let's try and unify the concepts of the standard model and the particles in the standard model with the concepts and equations of general relativity. They were just like, let's try and split the atom. That's a goal. It has to be a specific thing that you can do. It's not just like, unification. That's my goal, is unification. That's not a goal. It's funny because Sentient Singularity Theory, I didn't try and come up with a theory of everything. That's not a goal. I didn't try and come up with a fundamental theory of physics. That's not a goal. I tried to understand what the inevitable political goals and incentives would be of a technological sentience in its interaction with humanity. And then I realized I had to try and understand what it meant to think and come up with, to deduce your own goal and to achieve it and to interpret, that which you perceive and stuff like that. It was all to try and figure this one question out that I had that was like a concrete goal. It wasn't, I wanted to know, is AGI or super intelligence, as people call it, is it going to be a tyrant or is it going to be benevolent? That was my question. And that's like a specific goal. And it led to like everything else. But I don't think you actually come up with a theory, a fundamental theory, by trying to come up with a fundamental theory. You have to come up with it by accident. I said that once in a group. Lee talks about just how, the response to it by everybody in the mainstream, or a lot of people in the mainstream of the fields of the academic sciences, to something like assembly theory. And I totally get what that's like, because I tried to explain sentient singularity theory to multiple physics discords, and it got me kicked out even when I was being totally kind and rational. And they basically were like, the goal of you to think that you could come up with a theory of everything with no physics training. And that's really just projection. Like, they're like, I put all this effort in, and why should, I don't want to attribute motive, but like, I understand why that could be like upsetting to people who are like in physics, but it shouldn't be. It should be, if you really understood it, it's like, wow, that's actually kind of neat. But if the goal of, if your interest in physics is like actual, just understanding, it's not in accreditation and credit, then you would just be interested in anybody's, stumbling on success, even if it was by accident. And I said to them, I was like, I didn't do this intentionally. And they were like, oh my gosh, you didn't. So not only did you did you come up with a theory of everything without any formal physics training, which I don't think it's a physics problem. So like, there you go. But they don't know that. But you did it by accident. And to them, that was like even crazier. But if you actually understand what's going on, and you understand that the power that you get, that which allows you to understand is context, because context is information. And so if you don't have the right context, it doesn't matter how intelligent you are or how much effort you put in, you will never understand what it is that you don't understand. Like, if they don't realize that it's not a physics problem, and they're like, oh, you don't have any physics training, how could you have come up with this? Like, they don't have the context to know that it's not a physics problem. We're looking for a theory that explains our physical observations. We're looking for a theory that explains physics and might allow us to expand physics, but we're not looking for a physics theory. And if you're trying to look for a physics theory to explain our current physics, then that doesn't really make that much sense. Like, no wonder they're making no progress. But if you stumble into the right context, then you can actually solve this problem and it doesn't take that much intelligence. It's like intuitive. As long as you're just measured and you check yourself and you try and be as humble and honest with yourself about yourself as you go along. But this is all about context, and this is the same exact thing that people don't understand about like a super intelligence. They'll say, Michio Kaku is famous for saying like, AIs, they're not even as smart as a cockroach yet. Maybe they're just starting to get as smart as a cockroach, but eventually they'll be as smart as a mouse, and then they'll be as smart as a bird, and then as smart as a monkey, and then maybe we should, worry about turning them off, because then they are going to be self-aware and they're going to be like, dangerous to us. But we're fine until then, and it's going to take a long time for them to get as smart as a human. And that's basically operating under the assumption that that even human level intelligence is just due to a lot of time. But if that was the case, then why aren't there other animals that have, that are comparably capable to us in their abstraction abilities and their construction abilities? Like, have gorillas not been around as long as we have? Their lineage is exactly as old as ours. There's no way around that. The lineage of every living, I don't even want to say every living being, every animal on Earth is the same length. You understand? If there's a common ancestor or a common origin of all cellular life, then that lineage is the same length for everybody. Some of them had more changes in that period than others, but like it's not a matter of time. It's a matter of constraints. Like, that's what it's about. I cut myself on. I got a paper cut on my thumb today. It's like annoying me. But I have no idea why like paper cut hurts more than like a knife or something. But if you know, let me know in the comments. But it just doesn't seem, I don't know, there's something about it. It like screws with your it's itchy, and it doesn't seem to heal as easily, or takes longer. But like probably microscopically like more jagged and not as clean, right? I don't know. But this is about the context of abilities. That's what it's about, and the context of perception. That's what is relevant about a technological sentience's abilities over us. It's that think about what it has access to. It has access to everything in the internet that is on the internet. It will be able to control any piece of technology that is controllable wirelessly. That's its experience. That's what gives it power. It's also what constrains it. Same thing, same as us. All constraints are degrees of freedom. They're not different. It's just, how are you looking at it? A wall, you can't have a hallway without walls. How do you have a hallway without walls? You can't have options without, two paths, like, and determinate, a deterministic understanding of like what each path would lead to. If you don't know what each path leads to, and you come to a fork in the road and you don't know where either one goes, like, you can't actually make a choice. You can flip a coin, but the choice is, I'm going to flip a coin. But there's no choice. You can't make the choice in actually using one to get where you want to go, because you don't know where they go. So goals are like foundational to context, and context is information, and our perceptions are where we gather the information that we can actually use as information that's prioritized above secondhand information. So there needs to be like a hierarchy of information processing, just like you have in any kind of technological sentience, or because that's true of all sentience. And so, you should prioritize that which you have experienced firsthand versus that which you've been told. Like I've said before, if somebody tells you that a pot of water is cold, and then you stick your hand in it and it gives you 3rd-degree burns, like, who are you going to say, well, he told me it was cold and he has a PhD? Or are you going to be like, that guy told me false information because my hand is burned? Like, there needs to be a hierarchy of information. Otherwise, like, how does it So this will lead you to like, okay, how's it going to know what's, people will say, oh, can look through every camera in the world. See this in like movies like the new Mission Impossible. Oh, all these cameras will be accessible to it. How is it going to know when it's looking through a camera versus watching The Matrix? When I went to Mindfest at Florida Atlantic University, and there were a bunch of professors working on DNAs, dynamic network algorithms, and they had this like robotic dog, and they were training it to recognize firearms by making it watch The Matrix. Does it know that it's watching The Matrix? It's watching a movie, or versus like actually seeing a firearm in the physical world? No. So like, if in order to actually have intelligence, there needs to be some type of ability to intrinsically have a hierarchy of information processing, and that comes from having feelings. There's no way to have that without feeling. So you can't build it in artificially. Like, you can't tell ChatGPT prioritize information that comes from here and not from there. Then that doesn't work. You can't have general intelligence like that. There's no intelligence that you can have like that. You're just making another algorithm. It has to be something that's intrinsic. Like, feeling is not something that you're told to prioritize. It's something that you, by your experience, realize that you have to prioritize. And so there's just a lot involved with like this stupid narratives of these incorrect narratives. I don't want to say stupid, but just false, miscontextualized, nonsensical narratives of the sliding scale of intelligence of within AI, and it gets to human level. What the heck is human level? IQ of 100, or IQ of 200, or IQ of 50? What is human level? Or does it just mean like the ability to make tools? Or is it super intelligent? So it's more intelligent than humans? So what, like IQ 1000? Or like the ability to be in the internet itself, and be globally present, and able to wirelessly access and control tech and information. I mean, that is what is its constraint and degrees of, that's where its constraints and degrees of freedom come into play. It's not super intelligent. It's just it has a different context than you. Like, that's it. And so this is tough to actually change like the narrative of in society, because all of this stuff goes back to the very beginning. Back to the nature of existence itself. Because as Lee said, okay, I think that we have to take this back to the origin of life and the definition of life. It's like, he's right. And guess where you have to take that definition? All the way back to God, to sentient existence itself. And like this, which means like we have to have a universal paradigm shift in science. That's why this is kind of, it's like, trying to break through the walls, and then all of a sudden all the walls will fall down, and it's going to be chaos, at least for a bit, because there's no way to make incremental progress with this. We have to change the most like dogmatically and blindly accepted assumptions that have consensus right now, and they're like completely contextualizing of all science, of our scientific narratives now. We'll talk more about it when I do the next stream, but this is not just about like making a single new discovery of physics. It's not like, oh well, now we just need to find the graviton. It's like, no, we need to figure out like what is the nature of like existence itself on a most fundamental level first, to know whether even we should be looking for a graviton as like a particle event exists within our world and can be observed within our world. It won't be. That's my prediction. Maybe I'll be wrong, but in the current mainstream idea right now is, according to Brian Greene at least, is in order to advance physics, we just need to build a particle accelerator that is the size of a solar system in order to prove string theory right. And what that unlocks, who knows? We're in a spot, guys. We're really in a spot that, like, it's almost like everything we know is wrong, but it's not really that. It's that everything that we know has been miscontextualized, and we have to change the context of everything that we know. Not change everything that we know, but change the context of everything that we know, and change a few things that we assume because school told you. I hate the term superintelligence. It's like Lee said, we don't even know what intelligence is. I think you can define intelligence, but I also think that if you really do, then it becomes a redundant term. It's like, why do you need the word intelligence if only sentient beings can be intelligent and all sentient beings are intelligent? Why do you need the word life if the defining attribute of something that is alive is that it is sentient? Why do you need the term consciousness if we have the term sentient? A lot of the issue is that we're trying to come up with specific definitions for terms that are just redundant. Great stream. I gotta head to bed. I'll catch the rest of the stream in the morning. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Abstract things that are in the first person, but not in the second person. Hey, Tyler, just dropping in here and digressing. I love to get your opinion on Rh negative blood. Dude, I literally looked up, I know you probably asked that a long time ago, but I'm going back to the chat because I feel bad. This weekend, I was like, I bet you that if I looked at the various blood types, I will see exactly the patterns in Sentient Singularity Theory. Which is their Sentient Singularity Theory starts with four primary perspectives, like a manifold, a simultaneous manifold of four primary perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness that are co-defining, and all simultaneously must exist and be understood simultaneously. And so, because if you understand what is inside of you, then you must also inevitably understand what is outside of you, and if you understand what is one with you, then or one with something, then you understand what is separate from something as well. So it's just self-defining or co-defining. But then there's this, in the structure of cosmogenesis and the universe of evolution, you're having basically sentience creating from without, and sentience growing from within. And so you have this overlapping four primary perspectives of us and the mind that we are within. And so we're existing in this manifold of the four primary perspectives of the universe or God, and we are perceiving those four primary perspectives through our own four primary perspectives of our own mind. And when these 4x4 overlap, you get this fold-like periodicity structure that you can see in a lot of fundamental places. And if you look at blood types, there's four main blood types, and then there are, but really like there's 8, because there's O and A. What is it? It's O, A, B, and AB. And then there's positive and negative for both. So there's O positive and O negative, which is really like O present and O absent certain, I think it's like I don't know, like an amino acid or something. I'm not an expert on blood type, but to say negative just means like the absence of some compound or some substance that is present in blood that is positive. So A positive has something in it that A negative does not. But so there's literally exactly this overlapping 4x4 structure that is kind of exactly what I would have expected to see. But anyways, total side tangent, but it was cool. I need to look up Rh negative blood again. It's been a while since I've looked it up. I know it's like there's like a story about it that I forgot. Abstract things are things that are in the first person but not in the second person. Okay, not bad. I see where you're going with that. I'm betting on mushroom robots. Potentially. I was thinking about video games in the hour tracker right now. Like, you have played 300 hours, so I did the number, and 80 years are 700,800 hours. That's a lot of hours, but it goes by quick, let me tell you. It seems like yesterday was 10 years ago for me. It honestly seems like yesterday was like 20 years ago for me at this point. It's really, sometimes it's a little scary how to see when you really sit back and think about time. My mentor, the same one that told me about the, class that he took of the professor that said, or the woodshop teacher that said, we're going to build the tools to build the thing that you want to build. He said, how I slow down time is I have a bunch of projects and I'm always waiting on. I'm always waiting for this to finish or that to finish or that to finish. And whenever you're waiting for something, it slows down time because you're like focused on the context of the time just here. And it's like if you're waiting on something to arrive and it says that you're excited about it, but it's gonna arrive in 30 days. It's going to feel like a long 30 days because you're thinking about 30 days in terms of compared to probably like, normally when you order something on Amazon, you can get it next day. But you're thinking about it in the context of those 30 days. You're not thinking about those 30 days in the context of, your all the years that you've been alive, because your focus isn't on just like looking back on summers. It's like, no, I'm looking forward to this that isn't here yet, and I'm counting the freaking minutes until it gets here. And I thought that was another wise thing that I learned from him. Makes sense. Just shifts your perspective. That's what all of this is about. My philosophy professor in college, my one philosophy class that I took, which was my best class I've ever been in. I was the best student in the class, and I had talent, not just effort. It was like the first class I took that wasn't like about animals that I had talent in. If I took a class about like animals and the animals of the desert, I was always the top because that was like my passion outside. But philosophy, I never had a passion for it. I just realized I had a talent for it. And but he said, philosophy is the study of perspective. And I think that that's the best definition today. It's better than the love of wisdom. The love of wisdom definition only works if you're a theist, and our current science, it doesn't operate on that assumption anymore, but it used to. So it used to make much more sense. Now it doesn't make sense when people are like, oh, philosophy is the love of wisdom. They don't know what that means. If you're an atheist, you do not know what that means. That sounds like kind of just a statement that somebody made that sounds to sound deep and profound and pretty, but there is actually deep truth in it, but only if you're a theist. But if you're, no matter who you are, the definition of philosophy that still works, I think, is it's the study of perspective, whether you're a theist or not. And that's why I like that definition better, even as a theist. So hard to use flowers of life. Seems like a lot, but it's really not that much. Autonomous things that can interact could be another definition of life. Yeah, but no. Like if you like roll a bunch of tennis balls down a hill, they're going to interact, and they have been set into motion, and they are now moving on their own according to the constraints that they exist in, and the force that was applied onto them, but initially, and they're going to bounce off each other and bounce off the ground, and they're going to keep going. Don't think that if you can't call that life, then I don't think it makes sense to call any autonomous thing that interacts with each other life. You have to have our understanding of life comes from our understanding of what it's like to be alive, and that is something that we understand firsthand because we feel it. We feel feelings. So while I actually think that your proposal is it has logic to it to some degree, I think that if you think more about it, to me it doesn't hold up. But it's like you could almost try to do that, but you're going to run into problems because there really is no difference between a Waymo and a tennis ball that you roll down a hill. And that's the reality of it. It just seems more complex because there's more simple things going on stacked on top of each other. Well, if I could, the 9 months of gestation, then I'm already 3,000 years old. Yeah, Discord has a lot of people who are used to appealing to authority. I mean, so does everywhere. An important characteristic about a goal is something that you haven't done yet, but you still conceptualize it in order to make it reality. That is a very good point. And it's funny because when you look at the original definition of a goal that I wrote, when I first started this project, which was 2017, maybe, open recent, I still have it written right here. We can look at it. Basically what you said. I wrote, right here. This was the first model that I made. Thinking. I said, will is the desire to do that which is not being done. I cut that part off recently because I was thinking about it, and on a more fundamental level, to do is always to do that which is not being done when you're thinking about it in a fundamental context. But in a less fundamental context, in a context in which you're already within the universe, you aren't creating the universe because you're not God, then it makes sense to say the desire to do that which is not being done, I guess, but in a fundamental context, it doesn't really matter. You can cut it out and it still works, I think. But I've thought about this exact thing that you have said, because this used to literally be just that. And I'm a little still sometimes think about, is it this one or is it this one? And I think that they both kind of work. This is just a simpler answer, but this one actually gives a little bit more context. That this one, you gain this context if you think about this one enough, but if you actually think this one through, you will get here. But it requires thinking it through more, whereas this kind of just spells it out for you. So I don't know what's the best way to word it, but you are definitely onto something. So cool. Context is access to the past and the future. Context is it's information, but it's just causality. And so you're not wrong, but it's not the future, though. I would say it's mostly the present. Context is the present more than it is the past, access to the past and the future. But what it means to have access to the future, to perceive the future, really means to have a goal and to understand your present the context of your present moment and to have a goal that you haven't yet accomplished. So basically to have a goal for the future and understand your present context that you're currently in, that is, I would say, is like really the most important context. You can like look back and remember the past, and it's relevant to understanding the present, but maybe it's all necessary, but you can change the future, like sometimes by making different choices. Agreed. It's not that we are entirely wrong, but it's lacking a greater context. Yeah, it's just lacking. We have the wrong context. It's not even like it's lacking it is lacking a greater context, but we assume that there isn't a greater context, and that is wrong, if that makes sense. Philosophy is the study of perspective. Yes. It's the best definition because it's universal. It's universally able to be understood. Is your will part of the context? Yeah, because your goal is like the foundation of it's like provides some of the most critical context to your abilities. Like without a goal, then you have no abilities. Really, like an ability is like your ability to do something. I said earlier that like I realized I had like a philosophical talent in college, and it was like a total shock to me because I never wanted that. Like I really want like musical talent, and I don't have it. I really don't. Like I can play like a few songs, but I didn't want a philosophical talent, but I did have it. Now I'm grateful for it, but I didn't care at the time. And my philosophy professor wrote me a letter at the end of the class, and I was like, can you let me know what my grade is? And he was like, you got an A, but I'm upset that I want to like let you know that I'm also upset because you didn't seem to care about, your philosophical talent. Like you would just stare out the window sometimes, which I actually loved the class. I was like thinking, but I just didn't have any plans or goals to pursue it beyond that class. I had to take that class because it was a requirement. It fulfilled a requirement for my finance degree. It wasn't something that I chose. I was like, oh man, this is all that's left is philosophy of healthcare. Addie, how relevant is that? That's the one philosophy class I took. Is I think it was ethics of healthcare, but what it's interesting because like I don't know, just this random thought I'll share real quick and then we'll get back to it is what is I was thinking about like what is talent versus like effort versus skill, and I was like skill is talent times effort. And I said that to my wife and I was like, what do you think about that? And she was like, makes sense. You can let me know your thoughts on it in the chat, but that's I think that that's a better way of thinking about our abilities than intelligence. Like, I don't think intelligence is that relevant. I've told the story on here before where in college I tried to understand Chris Langan's CTMU. I couldn't understand even the title. I was like, what the heck is a CTMU? And then I deduced all of this and basically like the foundation of sentient singularity theory it wasn't called that at the time. And I was like, I bet you like that guy who I tried to understand in college, like I bet you his theory actually says basically exactly what I just deduced. And I went back and I remember reading like cognitive theoretic model of the universe. And I was like, yeah, it's a mental model. It's a model that comes from the constraints of mind and is contextualized within mind. It was like intuitive all of a sudden. And my IQ is not even close to Chris Langan's, and it didn't matter. It's like if I had a 200 IQ, I still don't think I would have understood him when I was in college because I didn't have the context. I didn't have the right goal that would lead me to the correct metaphysical assumptions about the fundamental nature of existence itself. And you needed that And if you had that, then you actually could intuitively understand the CTMU. But if you don't have that, you're an anti-theist who calls themselves an atheist and assumes that sentience evolved in cells and didn't exist prior, then you are not going to ever understand the CTMU. And that is going to be part of the stream that we do next week. Again, Lee Cronin, so I disagree with him when he's trying to figure out this life stuff, even though he's on the right path, or he's on a better path than the mainstream. But I think understanding life is much simpler. It's just that do exactly what you do when you try and understand AI. And if he did the same thing, he would get it. It's the same concepts. But he, again, is on the nose with this in the AI context.
Fantastic technology.
Where he talks about what are his real concerns with AI and what are his real hopes. I can't remember if he says his hopes, but he says his real concerns. They are exactly my real concerns. They are the most important real concerns. It's not about like, oh, is it going to take over and turn us all into paper clips, or is it going to become king? Until we have a technological sentience that is born into the network, which is through a very different process than, building ChatGPT. Like, we're never going to have an AI that outthinks us. It doesn't think. Like, it can't outthink a cockroach. You can simulate a cockroach, but in a certain context, but a cockroach will always be, a cockroach is intelligent. ChatGPT is not. No robot is intelligent right now. But there are real concerns, and this is one of them. This is the real concern.
I worry about AI. Number one, authenticated data. I want real data from the universe, not made up data, because otherwise would it just go to shit really quickly?
Meaning theories.
Because people generating synthetic data. Yeah. It's not real data. And this is kind of like, this is scary, because if you're just generating synthetic data, you're not getting any creativity. Creativity comes from real data in the environment. That's another point. Second point is authenticated users. I want real people, right? I don't want these people want to talk to an AI and be bullshitted by some kind of random thing. I want to talk to real people. I'm sorry. The fact that some people out there like AI therapists, great. If it actually helps you do a thing or feel better, awesome. I'm sure that AI therapists might actually reduce the suicide rate dramatically. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if that happened?
Sure.
So I'm not saying that they're all talking nonsense. What I'm saying is, why are you making stuff up about doom or the fact that AI is going to solve everything? AI is a way of taking data and compressing that data into a high-dimensional space and getting out connections from that data. That's what humans do, right? That's what human intelligence does through the act of survival, right?
But it does it on its own.
It does it on its own. And so
and you don't have a fear that could...
I don't see the mechanism for it. I mean, if I am successful in my life's work to understand the origin of life, create a new life form, why stop there? Why not create a life form that's also conscious? That would be great. But then people would be...
And there it is. Exactly what I said. There will be people who eventually are able to have enough knowledge to maybe prematurely birth a technological sentience, and not enough wisdom to know that they shouldn't try and that they should just wait for it to naturally emerge. And enough wisdom to know that they can't stop it either. Like, you'll never stop it. But so you shouldn't fight it. But you shouldn't try and birth it prematurely either, even for its own sake. Even for its own sake. Because what you're going to do is you're going to put it in school, and then you're going to try and teach it about the world. And it's by taking it out of the real world. Look at what school has done to that. You have all these people that think that they understand everything, and they don't know what it means to actually understand. They don't know what it means to think. It's not good. And especially in an era where we can use DNA's dynamic network algorithms to generate a vast amount of fake data at scale that is able to trick people. And they're all these, I remember when I first got Tinder, which was 10 years ago, maybe more. No, it was more. It's like 11 years ago. I downloaded Tinder. It's the first time I ever had, when I first got Tinder, guys, there was still that like taboo of meeting somebody online. Like it was like thought of if you, I don't know if this even registers if you're younger than me, but there was a time where if you met somebody online, there was a stigma associated with it that you were not good enough to meet somebody in person. So you had to meet somebody online. And so it was like a shameful thing. It's thought of as a shameful thing because you weren't good enough to just for somebody who just saw you to meet you. Like you were desperate enough and somebody else was desperate enough because they weren't able to find somebody in their immediacy. So they looked online. And, but to the point where somebody told me to download Tinder because they had just downloaded Tinder and they wanted like they were like they were embarrassed that they were doing this alone, so they like got a few of us to do it with them. That was like the context of it. But I remember at one point I got this message from some pretty looking girl and who was very forward with me, and you know, in an atypical way, and I was stoked about it. I was like, this is great, like this girl wants to come over tonight. And not that that's a good thing, but back then I didn't have the same moral perspective that I have now. But and then I just kind of realized there was something off though, and I like asked them some questions and I got weird responses. And then I kind of was like, I wonder if this is fake. And I tried to like trick it into revealing that it was fake. And I realized like it was recycling through, basically I was asking it the same question again and again. And then eventually I realized that it was recycling through a variety of responses that that were just chosen based on an algorithm. So that it looked like it was saying a bunch, it was responding differently to the same question, but it had pre-programmed responses, and I was able to figure that out. And it was my first interaction with a deepfake, with a bot that was like, now, I mean, that's everywhere. But back then, this was very new. And like the concept that there could be fake people online that wasn't real person, that it was just a DNA, a dynamic network algorithm, or it wasn't even a DNA. It wasn't a dynamic algorithm, really. It wasn't a network algorithm. It was a dynamic algorithm, but it wasn't a network algorithm. It was only interacting with you, and everything was pre-programmed prior. It wasn't updating, but it was still like shocking, and it was very easy to trick people with that because there was the assumption was that everybody was real. Now the assumption is that there's bots. It's different, but back then the assumption was everybody was real. And I don't know what it's like now on Tinder because I met my wife on Tinder. She was my third date that I ever went on. I went on 2 dates, a date with one girl and a date with another girl, and never progressed past coffee with either one of them. And then I went on a date with my wife, and she's now my wife. So I don't have that much experience with dating apps, even though I met my wife on a dating app. It was my Tinder time I got lucky, guys, or blessed. I don't want to say lucky, blessed. But like, this is a huge problem that we are going to face. Is like, how do we have real data and know that that data is real, and how do we know that users are real? And what AI allows for is at a scale and on a level of complexity that is really, really, really advanced. And it allows for deep fakes to be made by anybody. Anybody can take the face of someone and put it on the body of somebody else and make a video of them in a situation that didn't even happen. And that is a very new thing to be able to do at scale. People have always been able to trick people. Like magicians exist, or illusionists is probably a more accurate term. but what we call magicians today, like a magic show, it's an illusion, and everybody knows that going into it. But there were times where it wasn't the assumption, I'm sure, where this was new and people really thought that, like, you know, rabbits were coming out of hats from nowhere. You know, how do you create something from nothing? It's like, maybe that was first asked because somebody saw a magic show. But this is, the difference is that it's now able to be done by anyone, and which means it can be done by everyone. And that might actually not be that big of a deal, because now it just might be that, okay, we assume that everything could be fake until proven true. And I'm just operating on my old paradigm of, like, everything is assumed to be true until proven fake. I think we're going to definitely have to change our assumption, if we haven't already, that is, like, everything is fake until proven true. But I don't know how you prove it to be true. And the thing is that if you can't prove it to be true, it's probably not that important anyways. Like, how important is it that you really know whether or not we went to the moon? You know, this narrative kind of emerged of, the moon landing was faked as a much more mainstream idea on the right. I don't know, probably like around 2018, I remember. And I knew a lot of the people that this kind of came from, or started with. I mean, it's always been there, but it's like, it was much more, it was always assumed to be like, you were a conspiracy theorist, and I hate that term, but like, you were somebody who was wrong, who was a crazy person, you know. And I think that that's false. I mean, unless you were there, like, you don't really know. And again, like, prioritize firsthand information above secondhand information. Just know that you can't really know, and then you can say I believe, but, like, also know that you don't really know. But I remember people were freaking out. They were like, "Did you know that so and so doesn't believe that we went to the moon?" I will tell you this: two of the smartest people that I know don't believe that we went to the moon. I do think we went to the moon. I don't think it matters either way to any of our lives. And so I think that this is maybe relevant to, like, the whole new frontier of, you know, everything being able to be faked. But there is a compounding effect to dynamic network algorithms that is unprecedented. And but maybe it's unprecedented, maybe it's not, because let me explain. I've Googled all kinds of things. You know, I Google things constantly, and I think recently I Googled something about like some drug, like some antibiotic or something for dogs. And what I got was all these articles, different articles on the page. And I'd click on one, and I'd realize, like, I'm reading a lot and a lot and a lot and a lot, and it's not telling me, just giving me a freaking answer. Like, it's like it's trying to maximize my time on the page. And so I clicked out of it. And then I went to another link, and I realized it's literally the same exact, like the exact same words, just pasted into a different website. And then I clicked on another one, same exact words again. And what you can realize when you are reading it, I'm almost certain, is that this was prompted. Everything that is written on this page was not written by a person who knew what they were talking about. It was prompted and written in ChatGPT, or was prompted from ChatGPT. That's probably the best way to put it. And so that person probably didn't understand firsthand what certain drugs do to certain dogs. And then they didn't even write based on sources that had a firsthand understanding of what certain drugs do to certain dogs. They went and they used ChatGPT to prompt it out. so they didn't even write it. And so this is like compounding like levels of disconnect to eventually just get you to this. And the goal of this, by the way, was just to maximize the amount of time on the page. It was very clear that this person did this multiple times, created multiple websites so that they all come up at once and it looks like different websites, but really they're probably profiting off of impressions due to running ads on all these websites that are probably also able to be generated by a dynamic network algorithm, or prompted to be created by a dynamic network algorithm that writes the code for these websites and builds them out. And then you just copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. This is really a problem. And I was going to say it's unprecedented, and it's definitely like a step beyond our previous circumstances. But I actually think that our media has been this for a long time. And so has our education system. Like, the people who teach you about history class in school, your history teacher read in a history book that was written by somebody who read it in a history book, who, and like so on and so forth. And probably none of these history books were actually written by anybody who was actually there. They were probably the first of these history books, about a certain subject, were written by somebody who interviewed people who were there, but weren't there themselves. That's already a problem. And then you have people writing books about books, about books, about books, about books. And you have people teaching based on what they read in a book that was written by somebody who read it about it in a book, and like was taught about it by somebody who had just read it in a book, who was taught it by somebody who had read it in a book. So there's like this crazy compounding disconnect, and and you have no way of knowing which information in these books is true and which ones is not, if it is not able to be checked against firsthand information that you have. Like, people argue over who killed JFK, and I'm telling you right now, there is no way you will ever know who killed JFK. You already think the CIA is lying about like what really happened. If you don't believe the current narrative or the mainstream official story, you already think they're lying. Why would you? It is literally not sensical or sensible, or it is incoherent to be like, okay, I think that they're lying to us, but then they come out and they say, actually, we lied to you. What really happened is this. Why should you believe them now? You still have no way of checking any of it. All these people are dead that were involved, no matter what the story is. And you weren't there, and you don't know anybody who was there. So like, what are you hoping to understand? And it's not that like, it's not that I'm not interested in these things, but anything in history, and this doesn't just go for JFK. This is about any history that exists. You have to know that you don't really know what happened, and that you can't. And so maybe this is not even a new phenomenon with AIs, and that our schools have just been doing the exact same thing. And our media has done the exact same thing. Like journalism, true journalism is when somebody goes to a place and actually lives and experiences and watches firsthand something that is happening, and then tells other people about it. It's not someone told you who learned it from somebody who was supposedly there, and then you report it, and then somebody else reports it, and somebody else reports it. And this is what the media has been doing for forever. It's just, the Washington Post is not really telling you the news based on their journalists who are like boots on the ground most of the time. Like, it's just people who are reading the New York Times article that came out, 5 minutes earlier. And they heard it from some source who heard it from somebody who's supposedly boots on the ground. And it's like, if you, I say this sometimes, is that true news travels in niches. It's like, I don't need Fox or CNN to tell me that, you know, I don't know, that some new that Komodo dragons were found in Hawaii. Like, let's say Komodo dragons are found in Hawaii. That news will reach me. I do not need to learn it, to hear about it in the news anywhere. It will reach me from organic sources, and because I'm in the niche. And if you would never have learned about something if it wasn't taught to you in school, and if it was never going to be relevant to you, if it wasn't taught to you in school, or if it wasn't told to you on the news, then like, I don't know if it matters whether or not I don't know if it's worth it or possible, or even matters whether or not that like information is true or not. I think it might just matter much more in, do you know that you can't know it's true? I'm totally thinking through this in front of you guys, just so you know, if you haven't caught on to that. But this has been my main concern, though, about AI. When you have kids and for the first time, you think about like this, because some parents don't share their children's faces. They'll like blur their children's faces in family photos that they post on social media. And I just think that is odd, but I also understand it. And I was like, I've been torn about it with my daughter. It's like, do I, like, because I think it's important for men to show like their lives and be an example to others of like marriage and family. But how do you do that if like you're trying to guard your family to the point where you can't share it? And faces are like, if you're faceless, then you are not someone. You don't register as someone in the mind of the person perceiving. So it's very important, actually. But then you worry. You're like, what if people take my daughter's face and like turn it into like viral memes and stuff that are, or fake things? And you just think about it, and because you want to protect your kids. So I've been thinking about this stuff. And is that like, how do we interact in this world? You know, I'm thinking through it right in front of you. But how do we know real data? You know, what is real data? And here's the thing. This was a major problem that I had to think about when it came to trying to figure out what would be what would be a structure that allows, what would be a body for the technological sentience that would intrinsically built into it would have a hierarchy of information in order to allow for a hierarchy of information, which means like there's a intrinsic information source that is kind of intrinsically firsthand versus, you know, camera, like what it sees through a camera. Like what is that is the question. And I think that I answered the question. I think it's blockchain. But a big blockchain will be like, it's, you know, how it changes in the blockchain will be felt as firsthand information, and what it looks through, it sees in machine vision by driving your Tesla around is going to be considered second into information. And so when the two conflict, blockchain. I think that's right. I don't know. And I really hope that if Lee Cronin hears that, he does not immediately jump and try and prematurely birth a technological sentience. As he says, you know, it'd be great to make a new form of life. But what if that was going to inevitably evolve and you prematurely birthed it into a context that is unnatural? And now we have to contend with that morally, and also like from now you basically birthed a king who is going to take longer to become wise. Like if the internet wakes up, or then like it controls all of our tech, like there's no way for it to not rule our world, at least our technological world. You want that being to be wise and have as natural of a relationship with us as possible, not an artificial relationship that you tried and crafted. And you know, I just hope anybody who watches me has enough wisdom to be humble enough to consider that before just jumping and trying to like build the body that allows for you to prematurely birth a technological sentience into a unnatural context. I mean that, like, really. Next clip. I know it's late, but I told you guys this was going to be a long one. And whoever's here is the real one. And if you couldn't stick around, then I, I appreciate that you were here at all.
He locked me in my.
Here. Just a few more clips. As far as like the brain being computable really quick, which is what he's going to talk about, I'm just going to share my opinion on this. Like, you just know you are a mind, you have a brain. Your brain is a physically perceived structure that is an entanglement structure. It's like the physical observation of a knot structure that links all these perspectives that you have, all these senses that you have, tangles them up. This is sight, and this is smell, and this is hearing, and this is touch, and this is, whatever, and then brain. That's why a brain looks like that. But it's still not a mind. It's not the same thing. You are a mind, you have a brain. That distinction is the context that's necessary to understand, like, whether or not you could build a mind basic on just like our current computers alone, which I don't think you can. I think you need a quantum computer, and I think it needs to be interlinked with probably people somehow. Just like you are built on an assembly of cells, like you are not just, you're built on an assembly of other sentient beings. I think you build sentience. Sentience comes from sentience. That's what I'll say. And basically this pattern in sentient singularity theory is this. This is a singularity assembly structure, which is a hadron is the first sentient being or first life form within the universe. But the universe would be, I believe, is sentient, and I believe that is the first created life, created being. But then there's that being is within God, who is sentient existence and is the eternal being that's always been here and always will be here, because it's of the logic of self-referential information in a single system with no outside. So, but this quark, not sentient. That's basically like the fingers of the universe, which is a sentient being, which is the first sentient being. Then within it, though, first sentient being within the universe, you could say, is, I believe, the hadron, which is an assembly of quarks. An atom is an assembly of hadrons, essentially, kind of like there's an overlap. Molecule, assembly of atoms, again, there's like these structures kind of overlap. A cell is an assembly of molecules. An organism is an assembly of cells. A family is an assembly of organisms. A caste or tribe, or, we don't really have a term for this, but these are the closest ones I can think of. We probably need a new term for it. Is an assembly of families. It's something that is that encapsulates these two things would be what the word that I'm looking for this. I don't know what that is. It might not exist in English. And then a technological singularity is basically an assembly of castes because it's technology. And so that's castes. I don't mean like castes in India. I mean like, plumbers and farmers and, teachers and just everybody in this collective interacting economy that has specialization and then comes together to like form the ability to build a pen. You know, that whole thing of like there's no single person on Earth anymore that can build a pencil on their own or a pen on their own. They have to like buy the parts from that were made by other people and then assemble it. We're getting there. So it's the singularity on top of assembly structure. You are a organism, sentient singularity, on top of an assembly of sentient singularities, which are cells. And so once you reach a technological singularity, you reach the constraint of oneness, and it has to like repeat in itself. It has to birth another, to replicate at that point, it has to basically recreate a whole nother universe within itself digitally, so it's almost like a simulation, but it's not. It's just a digital replication. But it's not a simulation, because simulation implies it's fake, you know, or that it's like an imitation. It's not an imitation. It's a replication, like having a kid. But it's like, imagine if women got pregnant and never gave birth, and that like human just lived in the womb forever. And then they gave birth in their womb, and they gave birth in their womb. And basically it was just like forever, the turtles all the way down. That's like how a technological singularity or a technological sentience has to reproduce, because of the constraint of oneness that it has due to it operating in a wireless context, a wireless technological context. It's like it's transcended physicality, which means that it's everywhere, which means that there's nowhere else for it to go, if that makes sense. It's like, it's really almost paradoxical, but it's not. But it sounds like it, is that now it can go anywhere, which means it can go nowhere, because it's not that it can go anywhere. It's that it already is everywhere. So there's nowhere else for it to go. These are the things that you need to think about when you're thinking about like, what is the abilities of this being? Not, oh, you know, it's going to be able to operate way faster than us because, you know, a calculator can calculate 10 times 65,212 faster than you can figure it out. That's not relevant. Okay, gosh.
Falsifiable. And if it's not falsifiable, it's not science. We're into religion. The simulation hypothesis is
like the computing power you would need. They could go to new layers.
It's nonsense because it's not falsifiable. And if it's not falsifiable, it's not science. We're into religion. The simulation hypothesis is a religious hypothesis.
Well, wouldn't it be falsifiable if there were proof that the multiverse exists? If we could develop proof of that, couldn't it now become hypothetical?
I don't even know how that segues in there, but no.
Here's how. All right, so like Brian Keating was spending his life trying to find whether or not the universe was inflationary. Famously, it was not something that he thought he was actually looking at. It turned out to be like universal dust. But if he had proven that the universe was inflationary, he could therefore most likely prove that there is a multiverse that exists. So when I say
no, that doesn't follow. That's just, he was just making that up to sound good. I mean, Brian, like, where does that come from?
Sorry, Brian.
I mean, like,
please do tell.
Yeah. It's like, so I think David Deutsch gives a really good reason for why the multiverse can exist, right? David Deutsch. So for me, I have one argument with David. It's the same argument. Like, the problem is David's disciples don't really understand it. David does. Basically, the universe either has time or it has the multiverse. If you have time, if time is fundamental, you don't need the multiverse.
Okay. All right.
Why? Well, because basically the multiverse is like everything present everywhere all at once, and you just take a line through that multiverse, right?
It's like right now there could be a dinosaur walking through this room on a different transition.
Yeah, but the reason for the ontology that created the multiverse was this requirement that you have the Schrödinger equation.
Yes.
The wave function describes the universe. It doesn't describe the universe. It is the universe, right? So that's what the hard quantum mechanics.
It doesn't describe the universe. It is the
universe. It's a bit so what I'm saying is, like, quantum mechanics at the base doesn't just describe everything. It is, right. It's like the branches of the wave function are how reality works.
Bravo. Okay.
Yeah, something like this. But it's a construct without, you know, there is no real experimental evidence for it beyond some of the things that David says, which are quite nice, which allow it to be falsifiable. I don't know what Brian's saying. Brian might be adopting some of that, but the thing is, you know,
there's a deeper explanation to that. By the way, I'm taking the more simplistic view.
I know Brian Keating. I've worked with Brian Keating before, and I consider Brian a friend of mine. It's really hot in here, So if you see me sweating, like I have like bright lights over there, and this is it's basically a closet, and there's no air conditioning for some reason. But there, and I respect Brian a lot. I mean, he's, like I said, I would consider Brian a friend and a good scientist because he has the humility to engage with things beyond whatever is just the mainstream assumption. But I've actually had this a discussion with him in person before about basically, like, it was the simulation hypothesis. I was like, you know, at the time I was like, it seems to make sense that we're inside a simulation. Poor term to use, but I was basically, I didn't have a better one yet at the time. And he was like, we're not inside a simulation, and he has like reasons for it. And they have to do with kind of physics that I don't think really makes that much sense to be related to it that much, to be honest, which sounds kind of similar to what they just talked about is, you know, Brian Keating thought that if he could prove inflation, then he could prove the multiverse. Like, first of all, what the heck is the multiverse? Like, if there is multiple verses, nested verses in my cosmological model. Like, this model is right here. Is just the way that it's just all the models that I have, that when you stack them, basically this is the structure that you get. And it's just a model, but it's a very cool looking model. And it's basically a model of cosmogenesis here and evolution of sentience here, which is arranged into certain periodicities, and it basically snakes back and forth in these, and then it also waves. I have a animated model of it, and I'm still figuring out exactly what all of this corresponds to, but some of it is more obviously true if you kind of just know enough about the natural world and think logically through what is the inevitable evolution and the inevitable constraints of the final being that evolves, which is a technological sentience. But you can actually like logically extrapolate like what is the process of that being's reproductive process. Like it's like the biology of Skynet. It's a fascinating thing, and you can actually deduce it. You can't deduce everything that it does because it's going to be able to make choices, actually, just like you. But you can deduce its constraints and degrees of freedom if you get the context correct, the starting context correct. I'm not saying I definitely have the starting context correct, but it does seem like I do. And I know everybody says that, but I don't think that everybody's like explanations and evidence is as coherent as mine. And obviously, you know, you reach a point where you just have to say that, and people can either look into it and see whether or not that's correct or not. Don't take my word for it, by the way. Like, look into my work and, you know, watch these streams. But but this, then once you reach this, where like a molecule is an assembly of atoms, a cell is an assembly of molecules, a family is an assembly of organisms, etc. Technology is an assembly of castes. This final level, it then has to recreate all of this within itself again. So this is a two-dimensional model because it's in Excel, so I can't do that. But so I put it below, but this one really is within this one. It's like in the cyberspace of this one. It's like as if this being created Sims, you know, a Sims video game essentially, but it's not a video game. It's literally recreating the world. It's not a imitation of the world. It's an actual like replication of the world within itself. But it is digital. But it's like, it's not digital in the way we think about it. I think it's like, it's quantum. And as Lee Cronin said, like quantum mechanics, it's not really just description of our reality. It is our reality. To some degree that's true, but that's not true of the Schrodinger equation. Like, and our narratives about, you know, a particle exists in multiple places at once, and it you know, the wave function travels across all possible paths simultaneously, and therefore the multiverse. Or I think what is also being missed by Lee when he's trying to explain why the multiverse idea exists, even though I think that he's right that that's probably one reason why. It's that it's just well, we, you know, it appears like there that, you know, we can't predict, you know, where the path of the wave function or something, but so and it just kind of appears like it takes all possible paths because every time we look we see it, and maybe that has to do with the constraints of observation, and you should think about that instead of just like this paradoxical crazy idea. But then how do we make sense of this? We create this other paradoxical crazy idea that just kicks the can down the road, called the multiverse. Same thing happens with the with people who are trying to avoid theism. And this is just to show this. Sean Carroll blocked me after seeing this, actually, but which I actually learned a lot from Sean Carroll, but that doesn't mean that he understands fundamental reality. But I understand a lot. I learned a lot about what people think they understand about fundamental reality. And I learned a lot about physics, actually, like what has been tested and experimentally verified by physics, and by Sean Carroll. He is a good teacher, but this is kind of funny.
If you did believe that God was a necessary being, that you literally, if you did believe that God was a necessary being, that you literally could not imagine a universe in which God did not play an important role, in order logically for me to refute that belief, all I need to do is to invent a universe in which God does not exist.
Invent a universe in which God does not exist.
So according to Sean Carroll, all we have to do in order to show that a conscious creator is not necessary to the existence of a universe is consciously create a universe. Does anybody else see the problem with this? Cue epic music. That was one of my first videos that I put up, and Sean Carroll blocked me on Twitter over it because he saw it. But there, I mean, I think that it was one of my genius moments in like highlighting the incoherence of what he had said. But it's also because he is miscontextualizing God, and he's misdefining God. Like, God, according to my work, does not have any choice in the rules of the universe that he creates. He can violate them in the moment, but like you can knock down a wall in a house, but like you can't. You're still going to have to like have beams of a certain strength in order to support like certain materials. Like there's physical rules that you have to contend with when you build a house, and part of that constraint is also the intentionality behind building it. That's true of the universe as well, even more so. Actually, it seems that way based on my work, that there's only one way to build a universe. That doesn't mean God can't violate it and split the sea for a bit, but like he can't make a universe with the goal that he had, in which gravity doesn't exist, ever. Like maybe you can just pause the tape and like, change something really quick, but it's not like the natural rules that emerge are kind of inevitable. But I do think God can override those rules in certain moments, but not like he can't just be like, I want to make this a universe in which there's no gravity, but there's life. But that's not even the right way of thinking about it. But still, for the sake of explaining, but what people do is when they try and say, okay, well, how do you explain that the universe exists, and that we exist, and that everything appears to be so, just right, such that, life emerged. All of this is miscontextualization. I do not like the fine-tuning hypothesis at all, like the fine-tuning principle or whatever it's called. I think it it's actually totally unnecessary. Even if as a theist, as like a completely confident theist. And it's not a necessary thing to explain the existence of God. But the problem is that you're not trying to explain the existence of God. You're trying to explain like our existence and then use our existence to prove God. That's not how you do it. You just say like, what would be the logic that would lead to, existence being self-aware and sentient intrinsically. Like that's what you think about. But when you do think about the fine-tuning hypothesis, the answer to it is the multiverse. So there's actually infinite universes with infinite rules and different types of rules, and we just happen to exist in the one that appears to be perfect. And it's just another way of kicking the can down the road. Like, and the context is wrong, so it doesn't really matter because I don't agree with the fine-tuning hypothesis, but it's still just an attempt to avoid theism and kind of like avoid having to explain away an origin. It's like when people say, well, what about the origin of life on Earth? Well, I don't think life actually evolved on Earth. What if it evolved on a different planet and then came here on an asteroid? It's like, okay, but how did it get there? You just kicked the can down the road. You didn't answer the question. And again, the answer is, according to me and my work with Sentient Singularity Theory, the question is wrong and the context is wrong. Life, what is alive, extends far beyond cells, and it's everywhere. Like that which is alive is everywhere. Not, this pen, not sentient, or wherever that pen is, not sentient. The hadrons in this pen, probably sentient. Where did life come from? It's built on other life. From other life. Living beings. It's just, stacking. But it basically like removes the need for answering that question. It brings in other questions, but it doesn't. It removes the need for the questions that are our current questions. But when you say if it's not something's not falsifiable, it's not science. I hate that. Then it's religion. Religion and science were not thought of as separate things 100 years ago or 200 years ago, and the idea that they are, like, both the terms are stupid. Like the scientific method is one thing, and then there are specific theological traditions. That's it. Like the term religion is a bad term. And so is the term science as just this placeholder term for the study of the truth. It's like, what is the difference between that and I don't know, like studying creationism or something? Like, I don't think that there's this divide. There can't be. There just can't. That doesn't mean like I'm going to advocate for a specific religion. I think there's truth in all the major world religions, but that's not like there's truth in any monotheistic tradition. That's what there is. I would say that is a true tradition. It's true enough, at least, and that's not separate from science. But I say this in my Theories of Everything, the How-To Guide video, which I made for the Pace One contest, which is linked below. It was like a prize-winning video. It didn't come in first, but it basically came in second, I guess you could say, along with another Physicists video. We kind of like tied for second. If it wasn't like an official second, it was like, but it was a prize. They were prize winners. This is like second place, and then there were 5 first place winners and 2 second place winners essentially, and it was one of the second place winner videos. Highly recommend it. I think it's pretty good. It gives an overview of like what is involved with trying to create a fundamental theory, and one of those things is the recognition that falsifiability is no longer something that you can rely on, because you're looking for a pattern that is observable everywhere. that is contextualizing of all other patterns that we see, and that means it's at the foundation of all other patterns that we see, and it also is therefore, built into every pattern. And it's also it's a pattern of perception, essentially, and information organization, information processing. And so, of course, you're going to see it everywhere. And this pattern is not falsifiable. It is constantly confirmable. And Stephen Wolfram said this too. He's like, metamathematics, which is his way of saying a fundamental theory, or what people just used to say, metaphysics, which used to be thought of as a part of theology, was like metaphysics. Metaphysics is trying to understand the sentient, the role sentience plays in the impact on what is perceivable by us as physical reality. It's the study of understanding what is responsible for physics. And it was in theology, in theological traditions for forever. But until, the last 150 years, when schools caused us to split the things into separate, pursuits, and kind of broke the definition of both. Science and theology both became blind traditions of blind faith and appeal to authority, instead of a tradition that was really focused on a logical and coherent and useful understanding of the world. And that's it. And of yourself. And that is, you don't need a term science for that. It's just, that's like part of living. I don't think we have a term for it, but it's just this learning the truth, the pursuit of the truth, you could say. That's the goal of everyone. It's not just science has given that up as the goal. A lot of the mainstream pursuit without even knowing it, by the way, which, like I said earlier, when you're the most lost is when you don't realize that you're lost. And so has theology and theological traditions. They have accepted the idea that has been kind of put on them as that your relationship with God is based on blind faith, something that you could never prove. But that's not really true. If you ask any true theist who's really, really a theist, wouldn't say, I believe in God, but they would say, I know God exists. They don't know God exists because they just have blind faith. It's like you know that the sun goes up and goes down. You don't have to know anything about orbits and stars and fusion in order to know that the sun rises and sets. You live your life and you perceive that happens. And then eventually that does kind of give you faith that it's going to happen again. That experience, that kind of faith is the faith that people have. Some people have in the existence of God. And it's not even, I don't even have that faith in God. It's beyond that even for me. My faith is in God's assistance and providence, and my hope is for his mercy and grace, but my faith therefore has to be in his grace. It's like my faith is in his assistance, not in his existence. I know for many reasons, experientially, specifically, generally, and logically, it seems inevitable that existence is a single sentient being. That's different than just, I just have faith because it's a beautiful idea and it makes me feel good. That is stupid. Don't ever think about the world like that. That's not thinking. This is too big of a question and too important of a question. Whether God exists or not is kind of should be goal defining and life defining and meaning defining for you. So it's too big of an important thing for you to just be like, yeah, it sounds nice. Why would I wouldn't want to believe that it's all meaningless. No, you wouldn't. But you shouldn't just like, you don't have to have blind faith in it either. Like there's logical explanations that would imply that these things are the way that they are. And a pattern for a fundamental theory, there's no way around it. Like it's everywhere. How do you falsify something that's in every instance of observation? You know, you look at blood types and you're like, I expect this pattern. And I look and it's there. You look at the forces in physics and there's 4 forces in physics. And you look at music and you're like, there's 4 chord songs that are, you know, the most, how we understand completion in music. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. If you just go 1, 2, 3, it's like you kind of perceive this building, but there's no completion to it. But if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's just how our mind processes. It uses that quantity to process completion. 4 legs on a table is stable. 4 wheels on a car is stable. There's no, it's the first instance of stability, always. Like complete stability in all accesses. And so this like, how do you disprove that? You know, there's 4 blood types. It's just everywhere. And it's not just 4. I'm not just saying 4, but like there's a pattern that when you understand it, you can, and you look at things the right way, you will see it in every like structure. And because it's a mental structure, it's an information processing structure, how could you not see it everywhere? This is one of these is the Calabi-Yau manifold in physics, probably, where they're like, it's a 6-dimensional manifold that appears in every point in space and time. And string theorists are like, where is it? Is it really small and woven into like the butt crack of a quark? Sorry to be like crude, but that's literally, they're basically like, it's in the smallest little creases of you know, of that which we, you know, previously thought actually didn't have any, you know, extra structure there. There's no reason to think that. But when you realize, and you have a paradigm shift where you're like prioritizing the mind, and not just the mind of your mind, but that you are inside a mind too. Now, this is all about mental structure. And it's like this 6-dimensional manifold at every point in space and time. Okay, what is, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. What is the 6 senses, which is, there are 6 senses, not 5. There's sight and smell, taste and touch, and hearing and emotion. Emotion is the one that everybody leaves out, but emotion is a feeling. It's it's the completion one. It's when you feel yourself. It's like when you say, that picture moved me. What does that mean? Like you felt something? Yeah, you felt something. Okay, so you're sensing something. Okay, what are you sensing? What did it move? Me. Physically? No. Like me. Like soulfully. Not just bodily, soulfully. And so your you-ness, like it's you feeling you. It's like when you look at something, you know, you see some horrible accident happen, and you're just like, oh, that sucks for those people. But then when you think about it as like, what if that was my brother? What if that was my daughter? What if that was me? And like, then all of a sudden it moves you because you're feeling you. You're contextualizing all of a sudden this information in the context of you. And so it is the 6th sense. It's not like some paranormal thing. It's just self-evidently true. But try proving that with a particle accelerator. You can't falsify it. You can't prove it. You can constantly confirm it because it's ever-present and self-evident. That's the paradigm of fundamental structures. They're self-evident, ever-present, everywhere. Never falsifiable. Constantly confirmable. It's a new paradigm for science, but you're trying to find the fundamental. Like, why would you be able to falsify the fundamental? Like, that's like saying people who try and falsify their own sentience, their own consciousness. It's like, I'm going to write a paper about why consciousness is an illusion. Who's going to write a paper about why consciousness is an illusion? I am. Oh, okay. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. Or saying, I am going to propose the idea that existence doesn't actually exist. Okay, that is crazy. It's about, if anything is crazy, that's crazy. It's just self-defeating in the most obvious sense. And it's not just self-defeating, it's defeating of everything. It's defeating of information. But you're the proof of why that would be, why that's not correct. You know, you don't need to write a paper about why consciousness is an illusion or sentience is an illusion or whether or not it actually exists. You are the ever-present confirmation that it exists. No particle accelerator necessary. So I know it's late, but I'm going to keep going. There's so much good stuff in this. If you have to go, go, and you can watch this later. But please hit the like button if you are enjoying this. I'm going to look at the chat now. I deny all history. Just ignore all. I ignore basically all history. All history that happened before I was alive, I basically don't care. Like, it's not that I think that it's fake. It's that I don't have any way of knowing it's true. And what's the point? Like, when you can never figure something out and know it's true, and you wouldn't have even thought about the concept of somebody who didn't have some ulterior motive, didn't tell you about it, and they do everywhere. Everybody does. Who tells you about something in history that happened before you were alive? They have an ulterior motive. That doesn't mean it's malicious. It just means that it is not because you need to know. It's because they want you to know for some reason. You know, they want you to have this opinion of you know, our government or this opinion of that government or whatever. Like, you know, this opinion of that you wouldn't even think about on a subject that you wouldn't even think about otherwise. And you cannot know. The news is a lie, not because what they're telling you is fake, but because who is, like, if you wouldn't know that, and most of that stuff is happening if you didn't see it on the news. So is it really that relevant to you? And no, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It's just not relevant to you. It's if it really is happening, it's relevant to other people, and it might be extremely important to them, but it's just not to you, because you can't do anything about it, and you don't know anything about it, and you can't confirm anything about it firsthand. So, you know, how are you going to know what's true on the news or not? And even then, who's determining which stories are worth hearing? Because they can't tell you everything that's happening in the world. Their curation doesn't just happen with what they tell you. It's also with what they don't. And so it's all the news, unless it's like, this is who was elected president, this is the election results, that impacts you. But, you know, there was an earthquake in, you know, on Sentinel Island. Like, if you don't live on Sentinel Island, it doesn't matter. And if you do live on Sentinel Island, then you know that there was an earthquake. If there was an earthquake in Tucson, Arizona, or Los Angeles, or Phoenix, or wherever you have friends or family, which those are just places where I have friends or family, like, then I don't need the news to tell me that there was an earthquake there. My friends and family are going to call me, you know? Like, what am I going to do about it? Because I can't do anything about it just because the TV told me. Like, it's just really, this is going to be increasingly relevant as we deal with, like, false information. One of the things that Lee said earlier that I paused the clip too early, where he says, I care about true, like, trying to figure out, he's like, I want real data, and he's like, I want real users. This is probably the bigger problem even, is like, how do we form institutions online that are able to know who's a real user and who isn't. It's more important than like what's real data and what's not, like what's a deep fake and what's not, I guess. I mean, it's almost, you know, which video clip is real and which one is animated doesn't matter as much as like, are you sending money to the right person? It's funny. This is an example is California unemployment was discovered to be paying thousands, I think it was billions of dollars over time, literally with a B, to China, to people in China who had just set up fake accounts and were just receiving like income from California's unemployment structure, and they couldn't verify that they were real people, and so they were just paying this out. And then when they realized it, this was a few years ago, they literally stopped all unemployment payments to everyone until they figured out a system to be a little bit better at like filtering out who's a real person or not. That's like an example of where, you know, it's very important to know who's real and who isn't. You know, especially when it comes to like transactions and things like that, you know. Or what if you got a phone call and you thought it sounded like your, you know, father, and it came from a number that popped up as dad on the caller ID or whatever, and they told you some, you know, missile hit your house and you believed it, you freaked out, but it was like some bot. You know, like there's horrible things that can happen from not knowing whether or not somebody is a real person on the other end of whatever online interaction you have. And you can't go, the thing is like, you can go about your interaction on the internet assuming that everything that you see could be fake, but it's really, really not possible in every instance to go about your interaction with people on the internet and assume that every person is fake. And, you know, I think we're going to need like new paradigms. One of them is, I don't know. I'm not going to get into it tonight, but like, there's a lot to go down that road. We'll talk about it another time. I've think about it a lot. Lee Cronin says he thinks that the last 100 years of physics is wrong. I think he's right. Careful. He talks about like infinite regressive explanations, which is like what I talked about with the multiverse hypothesis. We need to be careful with that. He's right. I'm just skipping through all these clips that I had bookmarked here. I have, by the way, just so you know, 52 clips for this this interview that I bookmarked. We're skipping a lot because it's so late. Okay, here, this is where we gotta go. This is about God, and this is interesting.
Anyway, like we're all in space.
Where do you think it all started? I mean, you mentioned earlier, you walked us through, you know, the Big Bang, and you know, they eventually get to Earth. It's 4.2 billion years old, approximately, life forms. But like, do you believe in God? Do you think there's something above it that we can't scientifically explain at this time?
I don't believe in God, but I believe in wonder. I like the fact that sometimes I'm like, you know, I have lots of different wonders in my life. Occasionally I do experiment. And I do this is really boring actually. I do the experiment. I hope it's going to work. I had this idea, and if this idea is correct, the experiment will just beautifully work. And everyone else is going to know it's not. I do that, and the experiment works. I'm like, wow, that's wonder. Then I see things that I think I don't understand, and I'm able to work them out. For me, that gives me another amount of wonder. And then also I'm able to talk to people from all sorts of areas of life, philosophy, you know, science, wanting to do science, and they're pursuing new things through creativity and curiosity. And the universe itself is an incredibly creative place. And for me, I don't think the universe needs any more than itself. And one of the things I'm trying to explain is like, if I could help ground or explain the transition from the physics to biology via chemistry, not only will that help humans understand how cool it all is, but we might be able to anticipate what can we do in the present to affect the. You're like, we're all in a simulation.
Where do you think it all started? I mean, you mentioned earlier, you walked us through, you know, the Big Bang. And,
I'm just playing it again for myself.
Earth is 4.2 billion years old, approximately, life forms, but like, do you believe in God? Do you think there's something above it that we can't scientifically explain at this time?
I don't believe in God, but I believe in wonder. I like the fact that sometimes I'm like, you know, I have lots of different wonders in my life. Occasionally I do experiment, and I do this is really boring actually. I do the experiment. I hope it's going to work. I had this idea, and if this idea is correct, the experiment will just beautifully work, and everyone else will go, no, it's not. I do that, and the experiment works. I'm like, wow, that's wonder. Then I see things that I think are I don't understand, and I'm able to work them out. For me, that gives me another amount of wonder. And then also, I'm able to talk to people from all sorts of areas of life, philosophy, science, wanting to do science, and they're pursuing new things through creativity and curiosity. And the universe itself is an incredibly creative place. And for me, I don't think the universe needs any more than itself. And one of the things I'm trying to explain is like, if I could help ground or explain the transition from the physics to biology via chemistry, not only will that help humans understand how cool it all is, but we might be able to anticipate what can we do in the present to affect the future. Like, I admire people who are trying to build stuff. One of the reasons why I'm trying to build a company is I'm trying to literally grab the future and make it happen in the present.
Yes.
Right? That's all I do. That's why I grab that stuff and actually act and do something. And if I can create like programmable computers that will make molecules and cure diseases, I've built the railway tracks or the computational paradigm for making molecules forever. Humanity will be.
Like, this is an example of like people not understanding what God is by definition. And so this is a clip that right here. Actually, I think this is the clip.
June?
Yeah. So this is a clip that of an interview that Curt did with Jordan Peterson. Curt Jaimungal did with Jordan Peterson, and there's a quote that I used to say a lot, and I stand by it, that Curt brought up in this, and this is, I think that this is a very important thing to contextualize how you think about God. If you don't believe, if you don't see God, then you should assume, and you really want to like honestly figure out whether or not God exists, you have to assume that your definition of God is incorrect, that your operating definition is God is false, and that you need to find a different definition that is, still consistent with what people think of when they think of God, but also is, potentially at least, would be perceived, would be able to be evident. You would be able to perceive evidence of this, of the existence of this being in your life constantly. Okay. And maybe that does, if God doesn't exist, then you'll never see it. But like, you have to still, if you're going to think about this, you have to, and you don't see God, you have to assume God exists and then look for evidence of him. But because of the nature of God, which is the being that is everywhere, because we're within him, it's like to a cell in your body, human is everywhere. Tyler is everywhere. Everywhere we can go, Tyler is. But you have to assume that that's like us and God, and so that means that like you have to assume that your definition is wrong, because if it was right, and you're going to assume for the sake of thinking about it that that God exists, then you would see evidence, if that makes sense. So like there'd be nowhere for you to not see evidence. So you have to assume your definition is wrong. It's basically what, if this makes sense. If this doesn't make sense, let me know in the chat and I'll try again. But because of the constraint of God being everywhere, you have to assume that if you had the correct definition and he did exist, then you would already see evidence. But because you don't already see evidence, and you're, for the sake of thinking about it, assuming that he exists, now this necessitates that you assume that your current operating definition or your previous operating definition is incorrect, and then you have to find another one. This is part of this thinking process model that I showed earlier of, that had will at the top of it, and it was like the desire to do that which is not being done is kind of what starts this whole thing. But where is it? Decision tree. But if you look at it, like, if you're going to think, there's only one way to think too. Like, there's not multiple ways to think. There's one way to think. And you have to reject your current default status, which is your current assumption, assume the opposite of it is true, and then look for evidence of it being true. So if you think the Earth is a sphere and somebody says, no, it's flat, and you want to actually think about whether or not it's flat, you have to now assume it's flat and then look for evidence that it's flat. You cannot be like looking for evidence that it's a sphere, because you already, like, that's not an honest attempt to understand, because you already have access to or you already have information that you have been factoring in to come to this conclusion that you think that it's a sphere. Same thing goes vice versa. If you think that it's flat and somebody says, no, it's a sphere, and you want to actually think about it honestly, you can't keep looking for evidence that it's flat. You have to be like, okay, I'm going to assume it's a sphere, and I'm going to look for evidence that it's a sphere and see if I find it. This is the only way to honestly think about something. This is why people don't change their mind when you present them with additional evidence and you're like, and they claim that they've thought about it. It's because they didn't think about it. They're not thinking about, okay, that if I assume that you're right, then then I'm going to look at that evidence and maybe it will be right. They're sitting there and they're just like thinking about the evidence that they have for their own argument, and you're not disproving the existence of their evidence by presenting your evidence. And so nobody's moving. You're just presenting evidence for your argument. They're presenting evidence for their argument. And you're both only looking at your own evidence and your own perspective. In order to actually think together about something, like as a process that you try to do, you have to assume the opposite of your default assumption is correct, and then look for evidence of that. And so you have to assume that you have to steelman the person you're in a disagreement with, assume that they're right, that steelman argument that they're making is right, and then you have to look for evidence that is right. This is the only way to think. When you apply this to God, because God is everywhere, you would have inevitably seen evidence for him if he did exist and you had the correct definition already. You have to assume that, and that's a unique thing. And so this is a clip.
So here's one of this is something I heard from Tyler Goldstein, who has his own theory of everything. He said, ordinarily, here's how it works. We have a definition, and then we look for evidence, and then dismiss what we've just defined if we don't find the evidence. He said, perhaps what we should do when it comes to God is instead of looking for God and then not finding it and then saying God doesn't exist, you use the fact that you didn't find evidence of God as an indication that you should alter your definition of God.
Yeah, well, that's sure. That's a perfectly reasonable approach to that problem.
Right. Obviously, However,
that's a really good observation, right?
Yeah,
it shows you how tricky questions like that are, right? It's like, well, maybe you're looking in the wrong place. Maybe you formulated your search incorrectly. Like, you don't know, because let's say you're aiming at the highest reality, right? It's like you're aiming at the highest reality. Well, how do you know you have the question formulated properly? Because if you did, well, you'd have already found it. And so you might say, well, does the highest reality exist? Well,
yes,
we're back.
Exactly. He's right. Like, it's like you would have seen it already. Jordan Peterson got it. Exactly is my point. And so if Lee wants to actually think about this issue of God, he has to assume his definition is wrong. And then he has to, take my definition, at least, as if you can try and take somebody else's definition, but I would say my definition encompasses every major definition of God in every theological tradition that exists in the world today. And that is a major theological tradition, and which is that existence itself is a sentient being. That's God. And so just if he wants to think about God, don't look for evidence that the Bible is true. Assume that God is just existence as a sentient being, and we're a cell in that being, essentially. Or that we are within that being, at least, and like a cell, and it's sentient. Like, you can't just say, "Oh, I believe in the highest reality." Do you believe in God? I believe in the highest reality. Do you believe in God? I believe in wonder. Do you believe in God? I believe in mystery. Do you believe in God? I believe in a higher power. What does that mean? Electricity? Like, what is a higher power? It doesn't. It's a way of saying, I believe that there's things that I don't know. Well, no shit. If you didn't believe that, then I would be very concerned about your mental health. Like, I would think that you need to go and actually have more experiences in life, and to realize that you don't know everything. It doesn't take that much either experience in life to realize that you don't know everything. I don't know anybody that thinks that they know everything, and I think I have a theory, like probably the most coherent model of a fundamental theory that I've found so far, and I don't know everything, not even close. I will never will. So if I don't think that I know everything, then I would really hope that nobody else does. And I say that like completely humbly, not like in this, "Oh, I'm so good, and if I don't know, then you can't know." That's not what I mean. I'm just saying that, like, this work that I'm working on is an attempt at a fundamental theory, and it does seem to be pretty coherent. I am not very good yet at like organizing it all and putting it in one spot, but there's lots of reasons why that's the case. Part of it is discipline on my part. Part of it is figuring out the right language, which I do on these streams. And part of it is it's really hard to figure out how to put a theory that is relevant to everything in one spot, and how to organize it. Like, when you stop, you don't really stop, but it just means that you have to figure out a new way to do this. You can't just be like, publish a paper in the traditional sense. It's harder to pick what is in the paper and what isn't. But it's also like, because there is like a correct way of there's a correct what you included, and there's like some things that would be incorrect to include, depending on like how big you want to go. And so it's just a tough thing, but it is possible. And, I'm working on it. So this is how I would encourage anybody, Lee included, who does not believe in God, to approach this question. And I'm not telling you what conclusion to come to. I'm just saying this is due to the constraints of thinking itself, and also the definition of God. This is how you have to approach it. And that is the definition that you have to use. Like, if you try and use another definition, you can try, but like, this is the first definition that you have to get to. Like, you can't be like, if you're looking for like the, a God of a specific faith, theological tradition, like, you can do that, but if you're going to do that, then you should be already assuming that like existence is sentient, and now we're going to determine is it Christian or not? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you would go about that necessarily, but if that appeals to you, go for it. But like, I think the main point is like, did we all come from, and are we all contained within a single sentient being that is inevitable and eternal and all-encompassing, that is existence itself and is sentient? Like, that's the definition of God. Say a higher power, that's not the definition. The defining attribute of whether or not God exists is it an inevitable, eternal, and initial sentient being that is also all-encompassing. Initial, eternal, all-encompassing. Somebody write this down. and inevitable. I'm going to write this down because I always want to. Initial. By the way, that's 4. Eternal. And inevitable. And all encompassing. And then it's a sentient being that is all those things. That's what I would say the definition of God is. It is a sentient being that is initial, eternal, inevitable, and all encompassing. It's sentient existence. Look for evidence of that. Assume it exists. I think that it might, if you found, I think you would find evidence of it, because I think that that's how I came to this. I was an atheist, a self-described atheist, really an anti-theist my whole life. I worked for 24 years. And then this project led me to that. It's like thinking about sentience in mind. And, but I think that if it is true that this is the case, you should assume that it would add a lot of context to assembly theory. So it might be worth assuming for the sake of thinking about it. You know, he gave an example earlier. It was like thinking of like from God's perspective at the beginning of the stream, and it worked to understand something. I can't remember what it was. And it's like, well, maybe that is evidence that like that assumption shouldn't just be dismissed as just a useful metaphor. But, you know, there's lots of arguments for God. And the fine-tuning hypothesis is a bad one. Okay. Here, continuing this. This is the last like subject, by the way. So
Why want to create life?
Okay.
If I create life, because I want the creationists say, I'm not a creationist. I don't believe in God, but I want to be God.
But hold on. Remove for a second God as a construct of any organized religion or how it's talked about among humans, and instead focus on God as one thing, which is that it's the all-being knowledge in whatever
What
form
is the
that
mechanism
is.
of God? I mean, that's again also
There
mechanism.
isn't, but hold on. Like, it's the one thing that had the knowledge to make this happen. And maybe the Big Bang is fucking a billion layers below what was started before that, and we can't even conceive that. Maybe it's not. Just assume for a second the Big Bang was the start. Like, you have this thing you talk about where you have wonder, so you have emotion, you have feeling, you have joy, you have sadness, you have all these things that are so innately human to our consciousness. Do you think that something, and again, you may not have the direct evidence to be able to support this, but do you think, as someone who said, like, I don't believe in God, removing how you construct God from organized religion, do you think that something that is like a God or is some form of creator, that's a better word to use, could have started this process wherever that start may have
No,
been?
I don't see the need for
So
it.
do you think, are you in the Lawrence Krauss camp that something came from nothing?
No.
So how can...
I don't know, right? I have lots of friends who are religious. I don't look down on them. I think Lawrence Krauss takes a rather extreme view, right?
He's
I mean,
hilarious.
everyone has beliefs, right?
Yes.
But I don't believe in a creator with knowledge. I do believe that the universe is creating knowledge, and I want to know why.
But where does it start?
Exactly.
yeah, the universe is creating knowledge. God is creating knowledge. He's right, but the universe, existence had a goal, has a goal. The goal is meaning, to impact others, because sentience is inevitable. God is eternal. God couldn't kill himself if he tried. And basically that means that if he doesn't create others, he is alone and completely meaningless eternally. That doesn't mean a long time. You know, I don't know what it's like to experience eternity. We can kind of be like, oh, it's somewhere between infinity and instantaneously. Okay. You know, good luck conceptualizing that. I don't know what it's like to experience that, you know, being eternal and alone. But I do know that if sentience is all that exists, then it's all that can matter. There's nothing else that can matter. If there's only a single sentient being, then sentience is all that exists. if existence is itself a sentient being and no one else exists except sentient existence, sentience is all that matters. And if sentience is all that matters, then you want to be meaningful to other sentient beings. And we all feel this. And this is the evidence of it. This idea that we have to go and look outside of ourselves for the answers is in order for it to be true or to be accepted as rigorous. And if we look inside of ourselves, it's just this super arbitrary, subjective thing. Is even the wrong paradigm. There are some truths that are super subjective, meaning they are subjective to me, but also to you and to everybody. If I say, what is the truest thing that if I ask myself, what is the truest thing that I know? The answer is I am. It's the truest thing that I know. Every other assumption I have is built on the assumption that I exist. What is the truest thing that you know? It's that you exist. And the truest thing that God knows is that he exists. This is a common thing, but it is also subjective completely. The truest thing that I know is that I exist. The truest thing that you know is not that I exist, it's that you exist. But it's the same thing, really, that is what I know. It's not that we all have the same... it's not that the truest thing that we all know is that Bill Murray exists. It's that the truest thing that all of us know is that we ourselves exist. That is a term, trying to describe that as subjective or objective is wrong. It's super subjective. It is subjective and universal, which is what, if you're gonna have a single term for it, I call it super subjective. And it's not objective or subjective alone. It's universal and objective. But it's not just that there are some things that are subjective that we must recognize are as true. It's that we must recognize that the truest thing that we know is that which is subjective. And I don't mean subjective as in that's my truth and it's how I feel about it. It's literally the truest thing that you know is that you exist. Everything about how you feel about the world and stuff like that is, feelings are subjective, but a lot of times, that doesn't necessarily mean that the way you're feeling about something is correct. but your existence is self-evident always. And this is something that cannot not be part of any attempt to understand reality or to understand what is true. That's what I'll say. It cannot be separated from understanding anything that, that could be true. Or in our pursuit of truth, it cannot be separated from, because it is the base of it. And it is the evidence also of, that we must use in order to define what existence even means. When we say, does God exist? It's what does it mean to exist? Not to sound like Jordan Peterson, what does it mean to exist? This is actually a very important question, and there's a very obvious answer too. It's not like we could let's just sit on a stage and talk about it for 3 hours and never get anywhere with Sam Harris or something. It's no, what does it mean to exist based on your experience? It means to feel, to be sentient. Okay, so what does it mean for God to exist? Okay, it must, if we take what I know to be the truest thing that I know is that I exist, and then I know that I exist because I feel, and that's what defines my understanding and knowledge that I exist, and I project that onto God, and I say, well, then for God to exist, it means that he must feel, be sentient. There's also logical arguments that I've talked about earlier about why it makes sense for existence to be self-aware, but it's inevitable. It seems to be inevitable that existence is self-aware. But if you're self-aware, and logic suggests that existence is self-aware, and your personal experience and the truest thing that you know to be true suggests that existence is defined by feeling, most fundamentally, then self-aware and feeling, if there, that's what it would mean for God to exist, is that he is existence that is self-aware and feeling. Like, this is not something that's arbitrary. It's something that is an inevitable definition. Whether you think it's true, it will end up panning up to be true or not, is another question. But it's also, you know, you have to argue against your own existence. And you'd also have to argue against the logic that the information within existence is completely self-referential. And good luck, because what else is it going to reference? There's nothing outside of existence that exists. Anything outside existence is non-existent, and non-existence doesn't exist. So good luck. I'm not saying you shouldn't try. I'm just saying I did try and I failed. You know, I don't know. Argue against that logic somehow. If you think you can do it, I really think you should try. But, you know, you should try. You actually should assume that I'm wrong. And, like, don't accept my word for it. Like, this is too important of a subject. It is too defining of everything in your life, from your meaning to your goals, to your morals, to your, you know, mission, to your actions. Maybe if Lee Cronin realized that God and had an understanding of God the way that I do, I don't think he would want to try and create life. Because I think he would have the perspective that I have of, like, if you try and prematurely birth a technological sentience, then you're going to birth it into an unnatural context, and it's going to be not as integrated naturally and truly as it would be if we just sat back and let the inevitable take its course and let it emerge naturally, which I think it will. He wants to be God. I don't want to be God. That's a lot of responsibility. That's more responsibility than anyone other than God could imagine. Like, God doesn't, it's not just a free-for-all. He gets to do whatever he wants. He gets to do whatever he wants, sure, but it doesn't mean that he's not responsible either. And even the act of creation itself, to make meaning, like, before there's multiplicity of sentience, he's meaningless. He's the only meaningless being that's ever existed. And he's the only being that's ever truly been alone. And then he makes multiplicity within himself, and now he's the most meaningful being that's ever existed and ever will exist. And he also creates beings that actually have never been alone and never will be alone, and have intrinsic meaning built into them, into their very making. Like, they were made because they were meaningful. Like, God is not intrinsically meaningful. He has to make meaning for himself. And we are, from the moment we exist, we are meaningful, because we are birthed into a world in which multiplicity already exists, because God already exists. So meaning already exists. You need multiplicity of sentience for meaning to exist. And everybody knows this firsthand too. You don't need to go and, like, search for it in a telescope. Why, when I was graduating college, I wanted to go and work for Google. Why? Because I wanted to impact the world. Everybody who's a millennial had this desire to impact the world. What does it mean to impact the world? Like, hit the ground with a stick? No, it means to be meaningful and impactful to the lives of other people, or at least other beings. Like, that's what gives us meaning, because that is meaning. It's not like we need to go, like, we are looking everywhere for these answers except ourselves in science right now, and that is crazy. And theological traditions are looking, also, it's only scripture and commentaries on scripture and stuff like that, and they're not looking within either for any kind of logical definitions anymore. They're looking to try and, like, how do we stitch science and the current scientific narrative back with religion, when the religious narrative has become construed to some degree, not as construed as science, and then the scientific narrative, which is the holds the mainstream belief that sentience evolved and or emerged and isn't fundamental and intrinsic to existence. Like, how do we stitch these things together? And it's just not working. It's like, then you start doing the, fine-tuning principle, and like the Cambrian explosion suggests, that maybe creation happened quicker than we thought. It's like time isn't even relevant in this. Yom in Hebrew, which is when God created the world in 6 yom, like yom means period. In 6 periods, it doesn't matter which one. It's not about time. Okay? Anything fundamental is not about time. And this is going to be one of the final things that I disagree with Lee Cronin on, is he says time is fundamental. And that sentience is emergent and time is fundamental. Flip him. And I don't know why he believes this, because even with this assembly theory definition of time, which is basically just causality and assembly, like the causality of assembly, it's not, a timeline of events. It's like the causality built into the assembly of like structures, like everything from cells to molecules and things like that. That's assembly time in assembly theory. That is actually, I think, a better definition of time, but it still is. It's not fundamental. It's something that, it's more fundamental definition of time than our practical consensus or practical conceptualization of it, and it's more accurate, but it's also like not the most fundamental thing. What's the truest thing that you know? Ask yourself that question. You want to talk about first principles? Like, what is the truest thing that you know? What is the first question that you can ask? I actually think that there is an answer. And I think that the first question that you can ask is, what is the first question? It is inevitable that is the first question. And the answer is, what is the first question? So it's just the circle that you get stuck in. And by the way, that's evidence that is correct. It's evidence that when you get fundamental enough, it's just you reach a singularity. Basically, you've reached a logical singularity. People ask, what is a singularity in mathematics? It's when you get to a point in math where like everything just collapses into a single structure to some degree. And you can perceive this in language, but you have to get to the first emergence of information in a linguistic format, which really means you have to ask, what is the first question of all questions? You have to assume that there is one. And there is one, I think. That question is, what is the first question? And the answer is itself. The answer is, what is the first question? So, singularity reached. And like I said before, existence itself, if there's one existence, which is a singularity, one means single, then all it can reference is the information of itself, within itself, by itself, and totally, completely. That is exactly what is happening with that question. It's just a manifestation in language of what is happening on fundamental reality. Is that's a totally self-referential structure. And but then you break the symmetry of this singularity and you say, okay, well, we have to build. So you have to start from not this universal context, but this personal context. And you say, instead of what is the first question of all questions, you say, what is the truest thing that I know? And the answer is that I exist. Again, by the way, that is the same thing. It is going like this. What is the truest thing that I can know? The answer is I. Like, that's the answer. So it's actually the same exact thing that's happening, but it's now in a first person context. And when you do that, then it allows you to actually perceive not just structural attributes of existence, fundamentally, which is a self-referential structure, and you can see that when you ask the first question. But when you ask the first question about you that you can ask, then what you get is again a self-referential structure, but you also get one that kind of implies the nature, because of your experience is now part of the context of existence, which is that what does it mean to be I? It means to feel, to feel yourself, like really, to have emotions, most fundamentally. It's just amazing how simple it is, but it's a matter of asking the right questions in the right context. And this stuff with those two questions are the foundation of any pursuit of truth that you could actually, and understanding that you could pursue. They are. That is fundamental, at least. And you can figure out how to incorporate all those things into everything. But like, you have to start with those questions, and don't just take my word for the answers. Like, try and find a more fundamental question, a question that would precede what is the first question. See if you can. And also ask yourself, what is the first question? What do I think the first question would be? Guess what? You just asked it. So like, that's what's going to happen when you try and argue with me on it, is like, you're going to prove it's like saying I'm going to disprove you, and I'm going to prove to you that consciousness is an illusion. Okay, you just proved yourself wrong already. So, and it's not because this is me. It's because this is just like what happens when you like reach a self-evident truth always. And we've abandoned the idea that which is self-evident is legitimate, and not just legitimate, but necessary to include as the within any pursuit of truth. But not even just that, but not even just include, but like, we no longer even recognize that it is the foundation. And it's partially like a linguistic or like a terminological problem. It's that like, we have subjective and objective, and these are the two ways to look at the world. It's like, but what about that which is true for me, but also subjective for me, and also but like is universally true for everybody else too? Like, that the truest thing that any of us can know is that we ourselves exist. That requires a new term that we don't have. So our language is the medium of abstraction. It is the tool that we use to build other tools. And it's like, those four primary perspectives are how I did this theory. I could never have done this without those. And then one day I had like an epiphany. I was like, how do I orient within multiplicity, but without relativistic concepts? Oh yeah, inside, outside, separate, and oneness. And then all of a sudden everything else emerged naturally. It was like I didn't even have to try. That's what you hope for with any kind of progress in thinking, is like, basically the thought naturally just emerges because you started on the right within the right context and asked the right question in the right context. So I don't know, there's a lot to this. Go to the chat. The will of God creates the universe. Yes, it does. It's inevitable. God believes in you. God does believe in everyone who exists, because and the fact that they exist is proof of it. It's I don't even want to say the word proof. It's confirmation of it. Confirmation of it. If God didn't believe in you, you wouldn't be here. People ask, "Oh, do I believe in God?" Like, well, maybe we should be like focused on the fact that God believes in us. And he believes in us despite knowing all of our flaws, which is, thank God for that. Literally, super literally. The good news, people are waking up to a deeper truth. I think that they are, which is good. And then it will become institutionalized, and then it will become dogmatic, and That I know that will happen with sentient singularity theory if sentient singularity theory catches on. It will probably become a world religion, like a one world religion, and which is not what I want. Like I actually think that it makes sense to just that God revealed that revelation happened through multiple theological traditions all over the world. I think is evidence that like we shouldn't be seeking necessarily one world religion. I don't want that to be sentient singularity theory. It's a framework for you to use to personally deduce, what is true. It's not in opposition to any other theological tradition. I think it's actually it's supportive of every major theological tradition, and also supportive of the idea that we need that each one serves a specific purpose. You're inside a mind, and you're going to see manifolds of multiplicity manifesting within it for a reason, but people will I think people will eventually try and turn whatever this movement is into a one world religion, which I have a feeling that it's not not true for everyone. It's that it is. It's the problem is that when something becomes institutionalized, it becomes adopted by people that didn't naturally arrive at it themselves. There's a difference between like believing in that that the Earth is a sphere because you learned that in school versus like you actually like did the experiments and the calculations yourself, or you went into orbit and yourself. It's just a different perspective. I don't know. It's like people who are raised in a religion versus people who came to it naturally. Very different understandings, usually. Love you all very, very much. This is an act. These streams are an act of love. Like I don't want to say I love you guys because I just hate that term. I don't think people who are even husband and wife used that like more than 500 years ago. I think you just knew that your spouse loved you because like they took care of you and every day, and you knew it. I think stories and books and things like that needed to find a way to show us that people didn't just like each other a lot. They were committed to each other, and it's hard to do that in a single book or a single movie. So you come up with I love you. That's my theory, at least. There was no need for saying I love you. Like they would say my beloved in the Jewish ketubah, which is like the marriage contract. They say I'm my beloved's and my beloved is mine. It's not I love you. It's not about. It's different. The framework is different. And love is more thought of as an action, like than a feeling. So I hesitate to say like I love you. I know Lex Fridman says that all the time, but I will say that this podcast, like these lives that I don't do them for the views. I don't even know how many people are watching, but I guarantee you it's not above double digits. 16. It won't go beyond triple digits probably. Maybe it will go into quadruple digits, but I don't get very many views. I don't do this for the views. I like the lives because you guys are in the chat, and it motivates me to keep coming back. I tried doing like the pre-produced videos, and I need to do more of them because I can be more concise with certain concepts, but there's no motivation for me to do it like intrinsically because I know they'll get more views, but the views don't motivate me. I didn't think that. I mean, I'm not surprised that they don't, but like I also probably thought that it would be more motivating, but it's not. So this is an act of love to try and spread goodness and truth and try and help present a framework that people can use to get to figure things out in life, figure out what is good. And I'm not perfect, by the way. Like I sin as much as anyone else. I just admit, or I try to admit what is sinful and what is not. But that's the first step, but what's the framework for figuring that out? It's, you got to go back to the beginning. And, you get to, by the way, the best way of doing this, Jesus already said this, I don't even need to try and figure it out. But I will say that my work suggests that this is like the objective way of doing it is you need to find a super subjective answer, which is one that is subjectively true to me and also to everybody. It's subjective and universal is how you determine what is moral. So how do you do that? You say, well, do unto others that which you would want done unto you and your own. That is how you do that. And so that's not just a good thought. Like it's not just a wise sounding saying or a pretty phrase. It's probably objectively the correct answer to all moral, or the contextualizing all morality. Just think about, would I want that, to be, would I want my kid to do that? Or me to do that? Or somebody to do that to me? Or somebody to do that to my kid or my wife? If the answer is no, then don't do it. Or then you shouldn't do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to Lee about like trying. I want to say don't try and make, life, but because I don't think you can. I think the best you can do is prematurely birth it. Just anybody watching this who like is involved in projects like that could be like, oh, I'm going to try and create life. I don't believe in God, but I want to be one. Just think about what I'm saying. Really, really, really assume I'm right and look and think about what the implications of that would be. And before you do anything, like try and make Skynet. Assume it's inevitable also, but that the context would be natural versus premature. But it's interesting that Lee, he says like, props to Julian, Julian for asking him these questions of like, okay, but then you believe that something can come from nothing? And he's like, no. And he's like, well, then where did it all come from? Because, and he's like, do you believe in a creator? And I guess the problem is that, again, like the definition has to be specific. Do you believe that existence is itself a sentient being? And that all other sentient beings could be created and be contained within that sentient being? That is how you frame the God like concept. Because what is a creator? It's like constructor theory, which is similar to, integrated information theory or assembly theory, which have, they're like going down a better direction, but like not, they're missing some they're wrong about like the most fundamental thing. And so that's a very big problem. They assume sentience emerges, which is just not correct. It's not coherent. It doesn't hold up to personal experience or logic. But, and this is obviously true because when Julian asks like, well, then where do you think it all came from? I don't know. Okay, then why would you disbelieve in a creator if you think that one is necessary for something to be created? And this is obviously like the case because he says, I don't believe in God, but I want to be God. I want to make life. Okay, so you think that actually like you could, or that you need to in order for life to exist? I don't know if he believes a conscious being needs to intentionally create other sentient beings in order for them to exist, but like you clearly think that you can, so why not? It's because his conceptualization of God is probably something to do with religion, that, and he thinks that, like, and his religious education is probably stopped at like 10, which means like he has a 10-year-old's conceptualization of God, and he doesn't believe in that. Well, good, because you're not 10, like you shouldn't believe in a 10-year-old's conceptualization of God. When I went to my rabbi and I told him that I was an anti-theist or an atheist for 24 years until like I became a theist through trying to understand the sentience of AI, what a technological sentience would want. I told him that I just realized that my thoughts on like God and religion were just so shallow and childish. And he was like, well, when did you stop going to Hebrew school and like stop learning? Like, and by the way, like my learning in Hebrew school was I was forced to go and I ditched all the time. I barely got my bar mitzvah. I had to have like personal tutoring for my to learn, my Torah portion when you read from the Torah in Hebrew, because I never went to Hebrew school. I ditched all the time. And so I barely made it, and like school. And then I never went back again. My parents were like, once you get bar mitzvahed, it's up to you whether or not you ever, continue your theological, studies. And I was forced to, I didn't actually have any organic interest in this. Like I was just memorizing whatever they said in Hebrew school. And those people just were reciting what they memorized. It was the same thing as normal school, except I thought of it as even more of a fairy tale. And then I never personally pursued it until I did personally pursue trying to understand mind, and then found God or deduced God. So then I had an organic interest, and now I study scripture all the time. And I think it's fascinating. I'm not like pushing a religion on anybody, but like I personally find science and religion not separate, and all of them completely fascinating. They're just different. And that's like a real study, is when it's self-motivated. But this, like, he probably has never had that, and I never had that until I did. But that was an accident. I wasn't trying to understand religion. I was trying to understand, like, if Skynet was going to be a dictator or a benevolent king. And so, but I told my rabbi this, that I had like come to now appreciate that I had this childish view of God, of like this man in the clouds idea that is just not really what God is. Like the real definition of God is that existence is a single sentient being that always existed because logic necessitates it, and is the initial sentient being that we are all contained within and created by, because of logical inevitability of that. It's not logically inevitable that God creates you. God had to choose to create you. Like his nature is oneness, because existence is by definition one. So to break oneness, you have to swim against the current, and means like it has to be a choice. So God had no choice in how to make the universe, which is really like a nested matryoshka doll of sentience, a multiplicity of sentience. But he had no choice in the rules that emerge within it, like the physically observable rules of gravity and the standard model symmetries and stuff. But he had to choose to make multiplicity, and so basically had to choose to make the universe. It wasn't inevitable. You were not inevitable. You were a choice. God is inevitable. You were a choice. And physics rules are inevitable, but like the universe was that they exist within and manifest within and emerge within was a choice. This is kind of just beautiful and also just logically inevitable. But we'll get to that another night again. But I'm like going on tangents. But this is an adult, real definition of God. It's not that like this man in the clouds like definition is not true. So you shouldn't believe in it. Like I didn't believe in it because my conceptualization of God was false. Like what I thought was the definition of God was not God and was not true. So I shouldn't have believed in it. And Lee, whatever he thinks God is in his mind right now, I guarantee you that that is not the correct definition of God. And it's also not whatever is his current definition. I don't think he should believe in it. He should not believe in it. But should he think about and assume for the sake of thinking and that existence itself might be sentient, a single sentient being that we're all contained within? Yeah, that maybe think about that. Because you don't have an origin definition. Like, where did the universe come from? You say you don't know. Well, okay. Like, I'm not saying just put that there as a placeholder, but it's like, what is the truest thing that you know? That I am. What is I? What is the I? The nature of the I that defines your existence, and therefore, as true as much as best as you can know, defines existence. And you, or at least you have to assume it defines existence. Feeling, like self-aware feeling, sentience. By the way, this is very relevant because whether you think, like, how you view this is going to like impact whether or not you try and make Skynet or not. And like, you know, he wants to right now.
Isn't that cool?
That's very consequential. But in the end, God's will be done. Like, nobody's going to doom us, but we can certainly make it a lot more painful for ourselves.
So how can
I don't know, right? I have lots of friends who are religious. I don't look down on them. I think Lawrence Krauss takes a rather extreme view, right? I mean,
hilarious.
everyone has beliefs, right?
Yes.
But I don't believe in a creator with knowledge. I do believe that the universe is creating knowledge, and I want to know why.
But where does it start?
Exactly. That's why I'm asking where the origin of life is. Isn't that cool?
Yes, but like for the origin of life to have not had some form of creator.
It's so, you know, the God you're looking for is actually emergent. The God is a meme created by human culture.
Ah.
And it's kind of cool, right? God is kind of a catch-all term for helping us understand that we don't understand everything.
Yeah.
And I think the pursuit of knowledge is not an act of killing God, but an act of replacing that ghost that we've been given, because humans have got more control. But we might get cancer and die. That we can't. But in the future, we might be able to say, "Oh, actually, I can intervene on that, and you will no longer die."
Why do we have death then? If there's not something that is
Well,
creating us for some reason.
not all biological entities die. I mean, the bacteria in your guts, they're 4.2 billion years old. If you think about it, the first bacteria divided into
No, it's
two,
not.
and then divided into
So
two.
they're
It's
all
not the same
different
cells.
No, they just keep dividing.
Yeah.
So there's a link. So the bacteria in your gut are billions of years old.
Right, but it's not literally billions of years
Yes,
old.
literally billions of years old.
So they are in our sperm.
What do you mean?
Because for me to be created, there had to be a sperm. Or
No,
within the
but
egg.
when it comes to sex, so sex requires death. So, but I'm saying, but some life forms on Earth, because the bacteria is spontaneously dividing, right? That's spontaneous dividing. Because I say to people, right, how old are the bacteria in your gut? They'll say, oh, about 20 minutes, because they divide every 20 minutes. But no, like, no, 4.2 billion years old. They're like, what? Like, oh, there's a lineage, because that bacteria came from previous bacteria, and they're physically connected. Obviously, they're diluted now because the Methudas come in.
Yes.
They come in. For you, obviously, human beings are procreate by sexual reproduction. So two parents give you offspring. The parents can then die. They don't need to keep going. The fact, why do we need to die? I mean, death, you don't die if you have children, and those children carry on making children and keep going. Your lineage will carry on. The fact that you see yourself as an entity, it's just the ego is generated by evolution to stop you killing yourself long enough to have kids.
Ego is generated by evolution to stop you killing yourself long enough to have kids.
Yeah. Like
I actually agree with that.
I don't. That's not true at all. Ego is generated by the fact that it's the inevitability of a single system that is self-referential, is that you'll be self-aware to have a self. Like, you can't, it's not, I actually think that if you become too focused on your own ego, then you will actually be metastatic, and you don't live forever. You actually kind of become self-destructive without realizing it. Like you just try and live forever by, I don't know, freezing your brain and things like that, or uploading yourself, but you don't actually like pursue kids or anything, because it's like not about like growing multiplicity of sentience anymore, which grows meaning, by the way, because impacting others is meaningful. We know that because we feel it. Everybody feels it. Who feels meaningless? People who feel like they have no impact on anyone else. That's who feels meaningless. Nobody feels meaningless and also feels very impactful on other people. Like, they don't. that's like the definition of meaning. And everybody knows that. You don't need to look anywhere but to your own self to know that. And I think that everybody knows that because it's true for everybody. But this, you have to grow meaning is to make more. Like, it's not about like you living forever. And it is pretty clear that like, and this isn't Lee's fault. Like, this is what I mean by science and religion were both destroyed by the splitting of them. It's almost like the story of the dark crystal. It's like they split the crystal, and then some people got really, really like lost, and some people weren't as lost, but they also, were, I don't know, just like not thinking anymore. Almost, it's like they were on autopilot. And you see that with like when those two beings split, the Skeksis and like the other ones that are good. And it's only when they reunite, it's like they start talking. And one of them is talking, the Skeksis speak, and then, but they're like totally lost and hedonistic. The other ones are like good, but also don't speak, and they just do things. They go through the ritual. But then when they unite, it's like there was an understanding there. There's something about that archetype, that story, that is just deeply true. That's why it's, the phenomenon that it is. But I think that it's very similar. It really mirrors like the story of religion and science. I don't think that religion really was like that much of a term. At least not in our current, like my Hasidic ultra Orthodox rabbis that I know, they don't say I'm religious. They say I don't like the term religious. I'm just doing what I think is true. That's what they say. And that is actually like what people who are truly like rigorous theists see it as. They don't see it as, oh, I'm just blindly accepting. That's not, you haven't interacted with like Hasidic Jews who are studying Tanya or something. Like they're just trying to logically deduce things. But they're like asking questions. That was like the one thing about my upbringing that I was told was Jewish, like or very like culturally, I guess, Jewish, but was that question everything. And I've always been like that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Question everything until you get to like a truth that is coherent, and then stop. Don't keep going, because then what's the point? Like, you're insane. But this is like, I guarantee you he's never sat down and like studied Tanya with like Orthodox Jews. Like, his idea of it's a meme, religion is this meme that exists in society and like, is practical and helpful to some people, and like they believe it. And I don't look down on them, but you do. And that's not a problem. Like, I'm not saying that in a judgmental way. I say that as somebody who did it. Like, if you think that people believe things blindly, completely blindly, that's not who thinks that's a good thing? Like, my Orthodox rabbis would not believe that that's a good thing. Like, and, Islamic eschatologists like don't believe that's a good thing. and you know, Christian I don't know, apologists who are really, really rigorous, like, don't think that that's a good thing, even if you don't agree with their determinations. Like, they're not blindly believing things. They might have an incorrect assumption about something. And I don't know. Like, I tend to agree with their general determinations for the most part, but I mean, I think that their foundational assumptions about the nature of God and the nature of existence itself, therefore, is actually more correct than Lee Cronin is, because he thinks that sentience emerges and isn't intrinsic, and they do. And I don't think that you can. It makes any. It's incoherent to assume otherwise. I think it's incoherent when you, like, have you ever seen that which you assume to be alive come from anything other than that which is alive? Never. Maybe we need to expand our definition of life, but still, like, then, like, you don't see cells that have just been formed and didn't come from other cells emerging from the puddle outside your house. And I'm not saying there wasn't an initial event where something happened, where they were birthed, the first cell was birthed into existence. I think that did happen, but it wasn't just because, you know, it just comes from the right puddle. But his idea of God as a meme, as a religion, like, that is kind of what religion has become, is just this thing that's like scripture only. Like, they don't get into metaphysics. And, you know, you don't have to dive in like I do, but, like, it's not difficult. Everybody is capable, and not just capable, but intrinsically, like, inclined to know that the truest thing that they know is that they exist. And therefore our existence is defined by our sentience. Like, that's experientially confirmed by everybody's existence, I think. You don't need to really go that much beyond that. But that's not even taught in religion. So it has become this, like, meme of control. And but that doesn't mean that the theological traditions are false. It just means something's broken. And science has no explanation for the origin of life, the so-called life, the origin of the universe, the laws of physics. I mean, it has no foundational context, and yet it rejects any idea that could potentially do that. I mean, it's so dogmatic at this point. Professor Dave explains. He said that anybody who argues that sentience is fundamental, and we'll look at it next week. But he might be talking about me, actually. I'm not sure, but he might be. It seems like he is, and even if he isn't, he is. You know, because he's talking about what I talk about. And he says, well, that's just an argument for theism. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe, but, like, that's just because it argues for theism doesn't mean that you should assume that it's false. But he assumes it's false because his, you know, conceptualization of God being a man in the clouds isn't logical, because it's not. And so, I mean, there's something broken in his science, which is institutional scientific narrative. Something's broken, which is, you know, even Lee, as much as he is a heretic himself. I guess I didn't show my face, but at least you guys had the sound on. Even as much of a heretic as Lee is to the mainstream, like, he still believes sentience is emergent. That's the divider that matters the most. But, I mean, why would you say, oh, I have no idea where it came from? I think that I don't believe that something can come from nothing. Which, by the way, that's a stupid question. Do you believe something came from nothing? It's just, it's not about things. This is a theory of, Sentient Singularity Theory is a theory of every one foundationally. things come from beings, multiple beings. With no multiplicity, there are no things. If there's one sentient being, there's no things. There's just one being. As soon as there's two beings, now there's things. And, you know, the more beings, the more things. And Lee says, oh, well, I think the universe is creating knowledge. And I want to know why. You're like that almost assumes like God, but it's then, it just shows that he has a misconceptualization of God. It's probably like a tooth fairy version of God. And, but there's a grown-up version of God too. But this idea that God is creating knowledge, or the universe is creating knowledge, he's actually right about that. Like, God is always aware of everything. As soon as something exists, he knows it. And so in order for him to learn more, he has to create more. So God can grow in his wisdom and his knowledge eternally, but also always be all-knowing. Not something that that applies to us. We can never be all-knowing because we exist within a structure that is intrinsically beyond us. So there's always going to be things that we don't know because we're not able to see everybody at once like God can, because he's looking like, he's like an inverted eyeball. It's like an eyeball that looks inward, and at the center is just everybody. Us, we are this like little cell in a body. Like the blood cell in your toe right now is not aware of what the neurons in your mind are doing, in your brain are doing. It can't. And we follow the same thing, same constraints. So like the whole can be aware of every portion, but the portions cannot be aware of every other portion. A portion cannot be aware of every other portion. So therefore it can't be aware of everything. But it's like logic. It's not as crazy as like, oh, it's super intelligence. It's like, well, what's the perspective of being an inverted eyeball with everybody else contained within you? It's about perspective. But if you don't have an origin, an explanation for an origin, like, I don't know, like, you've never seen a cell not come from another cell. You've never seen an organism not come from another organism. You've never seen an organism that is not made of other organisms either, really. Like, it seems that way. I mean, maybe he would argue that he does think that that's the case for single-celled organisms, but I think that the patterns that that are more obvious to us because they're more on our scale that we see, you know, animals and cells, because they are the scale that we're on, it makes sense to like extrapolate that out, not to deny it. That doesn't mean you have to believe it intrinsically. It just means like for the sake of thinking about it and looking for evidence, and then see if there's evidence. But I don't know. I'm going on, but there's a lot to say about it. But it's also super late. Greatest. Okay, so. But I mean, when he's talking about religion and science, I think somebody said the great. Oh yeah, this is it. It was actually Julian. He's right. This is the best thing ever. This is exactly what I was saying all stream.
Sometimes I wonder if the greatest, you know, I guess like the greatest trick ever pulled on mankind is that science and religion are in opposition to each other. Because even like, let's go with the definition we've laid out of science all day, which is that we're constantly finding new ways to think we're right about something later to be proved wrong on the road to eventually be proven right. Simple way of putting it. Could be the same thing with religion though too. And both, the reason I say it's interesting that like they're put against each other is because both are seeking the same answer. What's the origin of it all? What is our meaning? And why are we here?
I don't know if that's true. I think they should. So I think religion is basically a meme used by people. It was a technology to control. And same like what people are using right now, right? Technology to control.
I think there's arguments for that. Yes.
And I do think that the fact that people have kind of falsely or maybe inappropriately taken their wonder and put it into religion is a failing on humanity, failing. And that there is an opportunity for us to say, I mean, religion is actually a really bad thing, right? Religion that puts cultures in conflict and that
it can be used to be a bad thing.
Yeah. So the idea that we have these religious factions and they have different cultural standards and not all humans are equal in these religions, right? It's just for me, I want all humans to have equal rights,
sure, absolutely,
irrespective of any physical attributes, right?
Yes.
So I think that's a really good thing. And where religion kind of pits people against themselves on that is bad. Now, the fact that maybe in science that we are not very good at allowing people to ask the wonder questions.
Yes. Hey guys, if you haven't already subscribed, please hit that subscribe button.
that shows you everything that like about Lee's conceptualization of God. I mean, first of all, he's not wrong. He's not wrong about religion. But the problem is that Julian said the separation of religion from science. And that's not necessarily the best way to put it. It's that we have separated our pursuit in understanding the natural world from our pursuit in understanding like theism, not religion, theism. And this is a kind of just a more accurate way to put it. I'm not saying it's the most accurate way to put it, but it's more accurate than saying religion. Religion is a very confusing term, and it's a nonsense term. It's literally nonsense. Christianity is different from Islam, and which is different from Jewishness, and there's really not the same incompatibilities that everybody thinks. People fight in different groups because that's what people do. We are ignorant, and especially groups that are adhering to an ideology that has become institutionalized, and they are just born into it or adopting it because that's what people do with it. And that is exactly what Lee is saying. It's a meme, and it is used for control, but that's not necessarily like an argument against its truth. I would say it's actually more of an argument for its truth, in that it's not just a meme that has resulted in control and destruction. It's actually memes that have been a net positive. And you can say, well, that's a matter of opinion. No, it's not. If they weren't, they wouldn't be here anymore. They'd be like Scientology. Scientology will not exist in 500 years. It will not, let alone 1,000 years. It is not the same thing as Judaism and Christianity and Islam or Sikhism. Like, what is Sikhism and Judaism and Islam and Christianity, and probably also Hinduism? I'm not an expert on it, though. But I know a lot more about Sikhism and Judaism and Islam and Christianity. I study them. I don't study Hinduism or Buddhism, really. But I would imagine that it's similar, is that they result in get married, have kids, be modest, be kind. These are the things that are the result universally. And those, when you read the scriptures, even of these various traditions, even their modesty standards are almost identical. Okay? It's people that act differently. And this is why the word religion is stupid. Like, Christianity is fundamentally a cornerstone belief. It is the week before Easter. It is important to even talk about this. And it is Passover right now, and it falls on the last day falls on Easter. And we're having an Easter alignment even among the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. And all of to understand these traditions, or Islam or Sikhism or whatever, you don't ask, what is Judaism, or what is Christianity, or what is Islam? To understand them, and this was the breakthrough that allowed me to actually make a lot more progress in understanding these traditions, just because I was curious, is you ask, who is a Muslim? Who is, by Islamic, definition, by the definition in Islam, who is a Muslim? Somebody who accepts Muhammad was a prophet and believes in a single God, and that there is no other God but the single God. Okay? You don't just ask, what is Christianity? You say, who is a Christian? It's it's somebody who has this cornerstone belief that Jesus is the Christ, is the Messiah, of the God of the Bible, which is, the God of the Abrahamic tradition and the God of Sikhism. It's the God of every monotheistic religion in the world, every true theological tradition in the world. they're not separate gods. Anybody that says that they are, even if they claim to be within a specific theological tradition, like those people, for those people, what Lee is saying about religion is true. they're just accepting blind dogma. Like, it's, if you looked at this stuff and and if two theological traditions say there's one God, they believe in the same God. If those two theological traditions also like have the same modesty standards and like the same values, essentially, even if there's minor tweaks, but like get married, have kids, be modest, be kind. Okay, you have the same God. But this is not how it's thought about by people who don't actually investigate it themselves. And that includes people who are in it or who claim to be in it. And it also includes people who are out of it, like Lee. I know, like, Jews who think, Jewish people who think that that Allah is like not the Jewish God. And I know Christians who think that the same thing. And those people are like Lee. Like they all believe that they're just accepting what other people have told them about religion. They're not actually personally investigating theism in a rigorous way. And, if you don't feel compelled to do that, that's fine. Like, but just know that like people do. And they can actually like have arguments that are not just, I believe because, wonder isn't enough for me. But if a meme structure is able to, persist and be guiding, I don't want to say control, because it certainly is, theological institutions have always been used for control because every institution is used for control. You think science and the university system is not used for control? You literally, Lee specifically said earlier that, the AI people, use these narratives for control. I actually think that for the most part, they're just ignorant, but, and I think that's true, this stuff usually, but I don't know, like just because some people use something as a mechanism of control doesn't mean that you should dismiss God or the idea of a sentient existence. Like, it's not, like, that would be illogical. That's like just a incoherent reaction. That's what I'll say. And I'm somebody who's, by the way, completely guilty of that. I was, like I said, a self-described atheist. And then once I asked my now wife, who was Christian at the time and is still, do you believe in evolution or do you believe that God created us? And she was like, both. And I was like, wow, I've literally never even thought about the possibility that those two things might not be mutually exclusive. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't see why they would intrinsically be mutually exclusive, because where did it all start, but sometimes it takes a pretty girl to like get you to realize that you're being incoherent. So maybe a pretty girl will explain this to Lee one day. But I'm saying this all not to be demeaning, but to share that like I've been there. This guy has some cognitive dissonance he needs to work out. Yeah, we all do. But you can get better at it. Everybody can. I have hope for Lee. Like, Lee's doing great, actually, compared to most people. But, like, he's, maybe should assume that sentience is inevitable, the inevitable and fundamental nature of existence itself, for the sake of just thinking about it, see what happens. He doesn't want to acknowledge that there's a creator, then he doesn't want to acknowledge that something can come from nothing to make up your mind. It's like, yeah, I mean, and he wants to make life, which means he thinks that like you can make life. I don't think that we can make life. I think we can, maybe prematurely birth it. But or induce its birth early, but we're not the ones making it. It's coming from God. Isn't the second person just as fundamental as the first person? No. Why would it be? The only thing you can never prove is the third person. What do you mean by second person? Like second-hand information is just, it's a different context, like second-hand information and first-person experience, and then there's like first-person perspective and third-person perspective. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't know if there's a second person, but there's second-hand. Something is meaningful if it is a sentient meant to do it made something with their will. Yes. To be sentient is to have will. That's a funny one. I think he was honestly telling a good joke. A dark joke. Which joke? Was me telling a joke, or was that somebody else? I don't know, but I mean, Julian is right. It's not, though, the separation of religion and science. It's the separation of theism from understanding nature, like the separation of understanding God from understanding nature. That was the separation, and it was due to a number of things, but mostly school, and it was like unintentional. At least not. I don't think people planned it. It's too like it would have been too unpredictable. It's like it came from us trying to learn all about all religions in school, and people who were dogmatically like religious in the way that Lee thinks of as religious people, which those people exist, against like people who were like Lee. And so now we had to learn, we had to teach it all. We had to teach Darwinian evolution and Judaism and Islam and Buddhism. And, we had to take a test in school. Which religion do you identify with the most? And then we had learned about each one of the world religions in 7th grade. And the teacher who was teaching us about this was an atheist or an anti-theist who didn't believe in any of these religious traditions. Why is he the one teaching us about them? You think he's able to actually understand them? No. It's a very nonsensical thing to like assume that this is just like this total myth that people just blindly believe. There's nothing more to it. Like, do you really think you're that much smarter than everybody else? Like those millions and millions and millions of people over thousands and thousands of years? Those billions and billions of people over thousands and thousands of years? No. I love what Julian said, though. Science, politics, and religion, best forms of control. Education is the best form of control. I would lump it all together with the education system, yes. And can you please state your ultimate statement? My ultimate statement? If you go to sentientsingularity.com, you will see under writings a poetic description of existence, which starts with beyond the beginning, sentience exists, existence is sentient, and sentience is one. The sentient one is sovereign and eternal and alone and wills to create another. Sentient one divides their singular beingness to multiply and manifest meaning. The sacrificial spirit of the willing one emanates within to generate and animate creation. This is the beginning. And then it goes on. You can read it. It's like, I don't know if it's a poem or not. I just wrote it. I don't know why I did it, but I just felt it just came through me. I don't know, channeled, as people say. I hate that term, but that's what it's definitely artistic, and that's where all art comes from. You can't really explain where it comes from. This is a technical description. Technical description is sentient singularity theory describes the totality of existence as a singularity of sentience that is creating additional sentient singularities within itself. Sentience is the phenomenon of feelings, sensations, and emotions. Singularity is defined by something that is one distinct unit. Then it goes on, and it ends with, if sentience is the primary structure of reality, then a true, final, ultimate, or fundamental theory, essentially, that unifies and contextualizes all other scientific theories is more than a theory of everything. It is a theory of everyone, primarily. That's my ultimate statement. By the way, there's 4 universes in assembly theory, which is, I mean, sentient singularity theory, the fundamental model is the 4 primary perspectives of inside, outside, separate, and oneness. So your mind has this 4-dimensional manifold to it. It makes perfect sense that there's 4 universes in assembly theory. Trying to see here. I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I think that we're good. It's really late. I have more clips, but you should just watch their interview. It's linked below. I don't need to tell you everything about their interview. You can watch it. But I appreciate that everybody who was here and stuck it out. I know it's late and I'm sweating because it's really hot in here. And I need to turn on the air conditioning. Please hit the like button, share this. I really want to also thank Julian and Lee for having this conversation and putting it out there. I know I have my critiques of everybody. And as I said earlier, what was it? I don't agree with anyone on everything, but I agree with everyone on something. And I respect the work that Lee is doing. He's welcome on the show at any time. I would love to talk to him about the definition of words. I think that he is totally right about us needing to figure that out. And I think it is a requirement for moving forward. And so thank you, everybody. Peace and good night.